Hello and welcome along to Moss Valley. I've taken on a failing farm with aging equipment and I've got 2 years to turn it around. Can I do it? Let's get farming. So here we are, finally, we're on Moss Valley. We've got Landy here and that is our base car, but I am taking on the failing farm here at the center. We've got £42,020 to start with. But we do have a full set of equipment on here. So I'm going to take you through quickly. We've got the newest piece of equipment on the farm. That is this JCB telehandler. That is our most recent. Otherwise, everything is from about, well, between 20 and 30 years ago. Our oldest piece of equipment here is the Ford Sabra. This is our front loader yard tractor. We've got a New Holland TM155 as well. We've got a New Holland 30. We've got a New Holland 8340 as well. Then over this way here, we've got another shed that has our biggest tractor on the farm. This is a New Holland 8970. So this is our big So this is our big workhorse tractor that we have on the farm, and then we have got a newer seeder on here. We've got a Falcon seeder here. This does fertilizing and seeding. We have a weeder, a carry weeder. This is actually a hoe, which we need for these. And then this is our mulcher on the farm. This is a rober mower, and that acts as the mulcher for all of our equipment. And then down the bottom here, near the old cow sheds, we have a trailer, a roller, and a plow, and just over the wall here is our New Holland D1000 baler. And the situation on the farm is pretty dire. We have a £1 million loan that we need to pay off in the next 2 years, or the farm is going to be taken by the bank. We've had to sell off all of the cows immediately just to keep ourselves our heads above water, and get ourselves back in the black even slightly. The farm does have some chickens still. You can hear them clucking away, and some pigs. So we've got 50 chickens that we're looking to breed up to create some eggs and to sell off. So we're going to be trying to build up a good stock of chickens for that. We also have 40 pigs. We've got 20 of the German Landris and 20 of the Bethlehem Black, and 20 of the Beltham Black Pied as well. Hopefully, both of these will be able to, over the next couple of years, breed up some pigs as well, and we'll be able to sell some off at the end of the year. It wasn't, or at the end of the 2 years, it wasn't really as viable to sell these off as it was the cows. And while the cows would have brought us in some milk on a regular basis, we're going to try and do it with the pigs and the chickens on here. We do have a pig feed mixer, so we're going to be trying to fill this up. And in fact, that is what our garden over this way is for as well. But as you can see, the garden itself is in pretty poor shape too. So the first thing we want to do is get the yard tractor out today. We're going to hook up the Joskin, get some water in this, and get a very basic garden working. We want to get manure and seeds in here later to increase its production. But certainly we want to get some potatoes, some sugar beet and some corn out of here to start getting the pigs fed. And then we've got our 2 large fields to harvest. We've got 32, which has got barley in, which will give us some chicken feed immediately. So we're going to start attacking that today. And then as we go into next month, we are going to get field 33 harvested. Just to give you a quick overview of the settings that we're going to be running on this playthrough, we have a 10 times time scale with 2 days per month, normal economic difficulty, and everything else turned on that adds more realism, and all the bits turned off that don't. So we have got the trailer field limit on. Our AI workers do not buy or get any of their stuff. We have to fill it for them. And yeah, everything else is pretty much as we normally have it. So let's get cracking. We'll grab the yard tractor first. We'll get that water filled up, and then we're going to get the combine out and start a harvest. Let's hook up to our water trailer then. Hook that up to the back. Refill it. And we've got a water pump here that we are filling off, which is quite a useful little feature to have on the farm. It's a ground source water pump, so it doesn't cost us anything to use. We just need to keep it maintained. And of course, speak to the water board for how much we're actually taking out of our borehole. Trailer's all filled up, so we'll pull this forward and get it into the garden. That'll get the garden working. The idea really very quickly here is to get the pigs producing some manure for us if we can. So let's overload that. And if we can get the pigs producing some manure, we can then use that in here as well. Something that I do find a little bit weird on this map is that we have no means of putting straw into the pig sheds. So I'm kind of hoping that they just produce the manure, but we'll see what happens once we actually get them running. We get some feed into them and everything going that way. So we'll park this trailer back up here. We'll drop it off again, and that should keep the garden going for a while. Next, we're going to get the combine out and start harvesting. So I'm going to hook this up to the header trailer and bring it into position for our harvester. Now, all of our equipment on this farm has a fair amount of hours on it already, and we're also running the damage mod. This is also a little bit damaged at the moment as well. Hopefully should be all right. We've not got a massive amount of use on this. So let's hook that all up. Back our combine off. And our combine is a New Holland TX66. This one is from the early 2000s, I believe. And as a result, we are ending up with a machine that's a little bit older, but should still do us well, at least to begin with. We will unfold it, and what I'm going to get done on here is to get a hired worker to be doing this. We have enough money to get started with that. So let's take that off. We will start her up. Start up the thresher as well. Down the front goes and into the crop. And I think we need to turn on the straw swath. Yeah, fold that up. We want to be creating straw because even if our pigs aren't using it, we want to be selling it. And then we're going to create a course on this field. 6 meter work with one tool. I want to do at least 3 headlands with this 6 meter headland. Headlands, I want a sharp turn in the corners, and we want to be doing lands and 6 of those in the middle. So let's create a course. We should be bypassing the circles as well. So let's close that. Yeah. So we're bypassing where our 2 wind turbines are. And if we start that, yeah, we close this, we should then be able to go first waypoint, turn it onto that, and away goes the combine. Carting on our farm will be done by the 8340 here. We're going to hook this up to our grain trailer. It's quite muddy down this side of the farm. We still have a load of mud left over from when the cows were down here. And I need to maneuver myself around and out of here a little bit. There we go. So we'll head up to the field. We'll keep the combine going. and make sure that everything is running as smoothly as possible at this early stage. Our first load from here is gonna need to go in with the chickens, I think, and then the second load we will put in with the pigs and at least get some feed into both of those today to get them started off. Part of our problem on the farm so far up to this point, they've had an issue with crop yield, and you can begin to see it here as well. As we have a look at the yield map, it's really dire. They are down to about 65% yield on here. So our first thing in this first year is going to be trying to improve the yield on both of our fields and get this up so that we can pay the loan off quicker. And we've also got weeded bits of older crops at the edge here. So we're running barley on here this year. But those are tufts of wheat that have sort of grown around the edge of the field. So there's quite a bit of a weed problem from there. It looks like they've got control of it here. But the weeds seem to be, at the edges, seem to be pretty bad. And old weeded crops is definitely going to reduce our yield. Combine is showing that it's ready to empty. So we'll let that turn the corner. And then we will pick up on the next row. He thinks he's emptying here. He's not. He's going to empty along the roadside here. And that is the one good thing about the fairly poor yield on this, is that the combine has at least made it this far around the field before we are looking to empty. Let's go down a gear and try and get this to empty out. Yeah, there we go. Doing a nice job. And this trailer should take at least 2 full tanks off this combine. So we are looking to keep things nicely going that way. And I am struggling to get the tractor up this hill. Yeah, uphill carting is not fun. Coming up to 50% full, and I think the combine is probably empty. Yeah. So we'll come out there, and we'll pick it up again, probably in roughly the same place on the next run around the field. Considering that I want to put about half a trailer into each of my animal areas at the moment, what I'm going to do is come around and we'll start with the chickens and get the chickens fed. They shouldn't take a massive amount. And I think we'll go with the chicken area down the bottom here first. So this one here, that is pigs. This one should be chickens, so we can overload the barley into there. Yeah, there we go. So we'll tip this into here. We'll see how much these take, and hopefully it's no more than half the trailer. Yep, half the trailer has gone in, and that sets up this set of chickens, and just over half a trailer actually should be enough. These will only eat 1,560 liters in the year. So these have plenty of feed. I expect that number to go up once chickens start breeding in here, though. So one thing about starting this farm with aging equipment is that it is going to be more prone to damages accruing on it. All of our equipment has at least 30 hours on it, with the exception of the telehandler. The telehandler, I think, is under 10 hours. But everything else we have has more than 30 hours on it. The exception to that is this, our Ford 7740 Zebra. This has 56 hours on it, so is more prone to breaking more often, but should be a tractor we end up using a lot less than some of the others. The other thing I need to talk about on here is that we will be doing the number plates on all of this equipment. I will be picking a number plate. I think today we'll do the 8340 and we'll pick someone at random from our patrons and channel members to have their name on the number plate. So we will do that before the end of today's video as well. The harvester is coming up to 80% full, so we want to head down here and keep that going. I think it might even be 80% at this point. In fact, are the beacons going? Yeah, the beacons are going on the harvester. So we want to get this emptied. I'm just looking, I'm wondering if this harvester is going to get through all this field today. I hope it is. We are on 2-day months, so if we need the time to do a little bit extra, we can. And there we are. Let's get this going up the hill. Having to drop down a gear to make sure that we can keep up with the harvester. There we go. The moment I take my foot off the accelerator, we lose all power and the harvester starts creeping to the front like that. Trying to keep the harvester in the trailer on this hill is always a pain. Both like this and in real life, it was always difficult to get that done. But we are coming up to a half-filled trailer. We want to make sure that we can. Is he going to turn in? We're a bit close. Yeah, he's going to turn in. And we are almost up to a half-full trailer, which we want to put in with the other chickens this time. Now, our other chickens have a slightly different way of being fed. We need to open up this and then come into here. I'm not sure what the filling section for that is. Unless this is... Oh, is this a grain store? I didn't think this was a grain store. This should be. Yeah, this is an area for chickens. So I'm guessing it's a store as well as somewhere for to feed the chickens. Let's tip this though. And it takes a little while for this trainer to start tipping. And when it does, it's really noisy. That is such a noisy trailer. But it's all in there. It tips nice and fast. And yet that has gone into our chickens. So both chickens, sets of chickens, are now fed. And we can start turning our attention to the pigs. I'm going to pick the harvester up at the bottom corner here. That way we'll be able to fill up all the way along here and make sure the harvester is empty before it starts its cut-ins on the field. And we begin to work our lands. And it is now 20 past 1 in the afternoon. We are making decent time, although I think it might be into the evening to get this field done. We really do want to get this field finished, though, and make sure that we are... able to move on to the canola the next day and start getting this field baled. I've learnt my lesson and I've now got the tractor on cruise control to match the combine. It is matching the combine very nicely and we are keeping good steady pace up this hill. And if I need to add a little bit of more space between the back and the front, I can. And we probably need to drop down a gear or two just to keep things going. But much more controlled this time in keeping the combine emptying. And by the time we hit the top here, we should be good. Yeah, things are looking good as we make it to the top, and I think the combine's gonna stop around about here-ish before it does its cut-in. And yeah, it's empty, so we've only got 39% or 6,500 litres here. But we can leave that to go and cut in, and I'm gonna go and stick this with the pigs so that they start getting some feed and start getting to work, while our combine very sensibly is going to go across the slope of this field. Now later on, I plan to start putting the feed, or putting some barley directly into the pig feeder, and we'll start generating some pig feed. But for now, we don't have any sugar beet or any corn available. So our best thing to get our pigs started is just to reverse up and tip some barley straight in with them. And where is my tip point? There it is. We'll bring this here and just tip this with our pigs. There we go. In that goes. And again, a slow tipping trailer. And that is the barley tipped into there. How does that do us for pig feed? So that is the black pied, 6,500. Yeah, we are a long way off their yearly food. We want, and there's no base food in that, so we really need to make sure we get some more food in. That should do them though, until we can generate some food in the pig food mixer though. This is quite cool. You can see Cosplay very deftly handling our hole in the middle of the field here, really working well to keep that sorted. And I think it'll probably go round that one more time, because we are on 6 row cuttings here, 6 row lands, and yeah, it's working really well around all of that. Still a while, I think, before our harvester is full. While we're waiting for the combine to refill, let's take the 8340 into the workshop and select somebody at random from the supporters on Patreon and YouTube channel membership to go on the number plate. And congratulations to Mark B747. I've tried to get your name as best as I can into a British number plate, and I've ended up with MB74MRC. So we'll put you on the number plate, and you can see it here on the back of the tractor, and we'll take this back up to the field and get the combine unloaded. And I can see the lights going on the combine now, so we want to line ourselves up ready to pick it up on the next row. Hopefully there's enough space in the combine. And get into position, drop ourselves down a couple of gears, and away we go. Yep, perfect tandem with the combine as we move across the field and empty it out. This lot is going to go into the other pig pen and get the feed started for them. And the combine is empty, so let's go and tip this and get those pigs fed. Riding with the combine a bit, and it's currently going around the bottom of the wind turbine here, and hopefully then it's gonna continue on its way. It is navigating around those quite nicely, and means that we are able to keep the field going. We're about halfway through the field. It is 4:15 though, and time is getting on in the day. The yield is horrible. You can see here that we are way down on what we should be. This is 60%, no, 65% we're getting across most of the field. Our highest is 70% in patches. The problem we got at the moment is none of this farm is actually scanned. So we've got what appears to be 3 fields worth of stuff. I think that there is actually because we own all of the outer areas around here. And it doesn't actually cost anything for that, I don't think. As opposed to, yes. So all of the outer areas are valued at not much at all. 48,000, but there's nothing really we can do with them, but those are affecting our precision farming score. We can see here we're harvesting, and we've got no nitrogen on here at all at the moment. So there's a lot of work to do. We're probably going to have to hire something to get the lime and the pH value sorted on here. There's going to be a lot of work to get these fields back into shape. Because of the position this farm is in, we won't actually be able to take any loans in this series. The bank is on our back. We do have £1 million to pay off within 2 years, and they're not going to let us borrow any more. So any money that we do get on here is going to have to fund whatever we're doing on this farm. And we'll have to be very careful as a result as to when we will be doing any paying off of the loan. Because as soon as we pay that money off on the loan, we won't be able to increase the loan again in its place. We really have to make sure that what we do and when we do it is done very tactically on here. And checking on our garden, our first produce has come out of it. We need to stay on top of this. We need to keep putting it into our pig feed mixer, because that's all the reason that our garden exists on here. Initially, we've got 1,000 liters of sugar beet. So in our mix, this will do 10,000 liters of pig food. So in fact, we're not going to need a huge amount more. I think we're probably only going to need 2 crates of sugar beet in this first mix, and then after that we'll be looking to solely produce corn in there, because we need 4.5 times more corn. Oh, and I need to be careful of that. We put some of that straight into the pig food there as we drove past. We drive through that there, and yeah, we feed the pig stuff that we don't need to feed them. So we've got to go above and not below. I'm going to park this over here. I think we might end up getting some corn out tonight as well. I think we've made a really good start here today. The farm is going. We know what we've got to do, and how much we've got to work with to do it. I'm really looking forward to getting my teeth into this and getting rid of this loan that we've got. This tractor is having great fun pulling this half-filled trailer up this hill. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if our load limit is going to kick in before the end of it. Right, get into place, get ourselves on with the cruise control. We are really near the front of the trailer. And yeah, the lights are coming on. So the dew's coming in. This is going to be our last load off this field today. And we will pick it up tomorrow. Of course, if you're a patron or channel member of Harvest Master or above, you'll be able to have immediate access to the next episode. So yeah, go check it out as soon as we're done here. For now, though, the harvest is paused while we go through the night. Before I get started back on the harvest today, we do need to start getting the pig feed moving a bit more. We've got another pallet of sugar beet here. So pretty much I think we can stop the sugar beet production in the garden now. We've got enough going for a little while, so we'll deactivate that. We do not have a huge amount there, so we've almost got our second pallet of corn though, and the corn will now speed up as well. And as I said, for every pallet of sugar beet we need 4.5 pallets of corn. So this should work out fairly well now. The amount of corn we need for these pigs is going to be pretty high. And remembering to go around the top route like this so we're not accidentally putting anything in with our pigs already. We can just unload this into here. And at the end of yesterday, I actually ended up tipping my barley that I'd got into my grain store. And so really where I want to get it is into the pig feed mixer. So our first trailer we get today, we're going to go and do that with. And we'll just pop around here, grab this box of sugar beet. Like so, and then we can get this in and we can go and get the harvest started. Before I do that though, we are going to pick our random name from the Patreon and channel members to put on the license plate. And today's selected at random is ArkAngil. Thank you very much for your support. I have gone with AR14NGL, which is about as close as I think I can get. And so congratulations to you. You have got the number plate on the JCB. Now that we've dealt with that and we're gonna get back into our barley, let's turn this on and turn the thresher on as well. Make sure we're going forwards. And we're going to set this off with course play again. Our course play course is still here. And of course, we are still with our fairly awful yield amount on here of about 60 to 65%. So our combine is on the way. And we can actually go and start setting up something else we need to do today. So while we're waiting for our combine to fill up, we're going to grab the TM155 here. And we're going to hook it up to the New Holland baler. I have a horrible feeling, though, that we might be short on something that we need to actually get this running. And that means we might have to do our first trip down to the shop. Because, yeah, this is going to require some baler twine in order to start the baling going. And this is one of the problems we've got on the farm. While we have machinery and things to get going, we don't have any supplies. So we've got no baling twine for this baler. We've got no fertilizer. We've got no seeds. We've got none of that. So we're going to have to head down to the shop, I think, and go and pick up a pallet of baler twine. So if we bring this over here and we'll check on the combine quickly, and then I think we'll grab the Land Rover and see if we can go and grab some twine before the combine gets full. So combine is only 22% full at the moment. Let's go see if we can go and grab some twine and get back in time. So we got this really useful little trailer for going and grabbing stuff from the shop. This should take at least a couple of pallets and give us a good means of carting stuff about. This was something that I picked up when I brought my Land Rover with me. And so I think we need to head north out of here. Yep, the shop is just up there. So not too far away, thankfully. We should be able to get there and back pretty quickly. I remember doing my review of this map and being very impressed by the look of it. And it really is a gorgeous looking map and feels quintessentially British. It really does. And I absolutely loved it then, and I'm absolutely loving playing it now. The fields are big, but not so horribly big that they cause me too much of an issue with the equipment we got. And if you want to know why we're using a lot of New Holland stuff on here, it is a New Holland and JCB showroom. So yeah, New Holland for our tractor and JCB for our telehandler. This is why this is all on here. And in fact, there are two pieces of equipment that we're going to be using with our telehandler later that are sitting down here at the shop ready for us to pick up. Completely forgotten about those, and we'll have to go and get that sorted later. For now, let's see if they've got any of the baler twine for us to have. Yep, we can pick up a pallet of New Holland baler twine without too much issue. They have 48 pieces for... Oh, we don't need that many. I think we should be able to do just the smallest amount. That's £250 for that. So we will buy that. And having bought that, I think they've loaded it up for me already on my trailer, which is fantastic. Let's head back down to the farm and go and get this into the baler. And hopefully the combine isn't sitting there waiting for us when we get back. And we're back up to the farm. Sort of thread the needle down here and bring ourselves into the yard. And hopefully we'll be able to get some twine into our baler from the trailer here. Let's refill that. There we go. Full of twine and able to start getting some baling going, because our combine still isn't quite full yet, which is great news. We will go turn off our truck, our Land Rover. Good. And yeah, let's get started on some baling and getting this field done. Because right now, we need to be doing multiple jobs. And no sooner do we get started on the bales than the combine is ready to unload. And it is going to be a nice, fun upload refill. So we'll drop down to 5th gear so that we can get a good pull away. Combine is getting into position. And away we go. And we'll unload along here. And thankfully, with the setup on our cruise control, we should be able to unload fairly swiftly. And we've taken out to the end of the row, 55% full. We normally, yesterday, we were emptying when it got to 80%. So this is why we actually have a sizable amount extra over the 50% in our trailer today. This tractor isn't doing too badly down the hills here, but it seems to be struggling a little bit when we start to go uphill. It's slowing down to sort of about 4 miles an hour on those uphill runs, which is a little bit concerning. This is more powerful than our 8340. I think this has 150 horsepower, maybe a little bit more, if I remember correctly. In fact, let's just check that, because I thought this was a bigger tractor. And comparing the two, this has 155 horsepower versus the 125 of our 8340. And even our 7740 is then down to 95. So this here should have no issues with the baler, which only requires 95 horsepower. It's a little bit weird. It's struggling as much as it is going up those hills. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at that. 3 miles an hour. This is not what I'd call a massively steep hill. But it is really struggling getting up it. I'm really hoping that we don't have this problem that much. Although, yeah, if it's done it on every time I've tried to go up the hill at the moment, maybe it is a problem round that. Let's just stop this here. I'm just gonna do that and do that. It shouldn't have worked without that, but it might be that maybe the brakes were stuck on. Sometimes detaching the cables and reattaching them can have a positive effect. Let's give it a go. And no, we're still struggling up the hill. Don't know why. Combine is ready to be unloaded again, and this time we're on a downward slope, so that's going to make things easier. And we should end up with a full trailer out of this as well. Wait for the combine to start moving, and away we go. Keep good pace with it, and finish up the trailer. Whoa, there we are. It's behind the pillar, which is why I can't see that it's emptying at the moment. But yeah, this is going to be a full trailer. All done. Let's go get this tipped and start making some more pig food. In fact, yeah, we'll put the whole of this 16,000 liters in. This will probably be enough for now. And then later on, we're going to put a whole load of canola in. This is another tractor that is struggling to get up this hill. So the nice thing about this pig feed mixer is we can just back this trailer up to it and tip it out. And it will go straight in, ready to mix. And yeah, this will hold a lot of stuff. In fact, I think this does also work as a silo if you want it to. And we are doing the corn pig food mix. That will require 450 corn, which we're working on, 250 of the barley, 200 of the canola, and just 100 of the sugar beet. And currently we have 1,800 of the sugar beet, 1,000 liters of corn. And yeah, we've got a lot of barley. So in fact, just a single trailer of barley, that goes a quarter of the way towards that. In fact, yeah, it's fairly even. So a quarter of the way towards the pig food. So we're looking to create 4 times that in pig food, which will be more than enough to get us going. So we're back to the baling, and so far we've created 11 bales on the field. That is just off one headland, so we're looking at having a really decent number of bales off of here. I don't think the pigs take them, so we are going to look to be selling all of these. It's a pity because I could really do with the manure, and instead I think to do our garden, we're probably going to have to do the seed and fertilizer to get things running properly. I am a little bit concerned because a bale dropped on the far side of the field, and it's in a position where the combine might run into it. I think we might have to go and get the spikes out and go down there, grab it and move it out of the way so that yeah, the combine isn't gonna run up and get stuck on it. I will do that as soon as I get back up to the farm, but of course at the moment we're once again doing our slow long struggle up this headland back to the top of the field. And the combine needs unloading just as I reach the 8340, so we can switch over and go and unload that. And then, yeah, we'll almost be back up to the top of the field. So I need to go and grab my 7710 or 7740, sorry, and get that bale moved over the other side, because that will be part of the next run for this field. Should be able to fly down here fairly easy in this tractor, yeah, because it's done the last row there. And then we've just got these 2 bales here that worry me. So we'll come in and grab the first one, and then if we just stack on top of that, we can go and move this down at the other end of the field, because I'm fairly sure the combine is going to come straight at us now. And not getting my stacking quite right here. Right on the top. Yeah, look at that, it's cutting in straight towards where we are. But these bales are not behaving. And it's partly because I've got my spike in at an upward angle. There we go. Now we can pick it up and get it out. And I think it might be blocked by a bale down the far end. I need to go and find out. What object is blocking it? Yeah, it found a bale. Right. Let's start it up. Back it off. And it is cutting in at this point, but we'll move the bale out of the way. So it must have grabbed it off the corner, been driving all the way around. Not the one that was further up the field, which I thought might happen. But yeah, just blocked by a bale, enough to cause an issue. Put this down here. And then we can get the combine going again and finish this field off, which it's rather worrying that it is now 10-2 and we still haven't got the barley done. We've only got till the end of the next day to get both of these fields harvested. And right now, it's looking very much like we're not going to do it. And that worries me immensely. Right, nearest waypoint. Away our combine goes, and it's only 17% full. So I'm expecting it to make it to the end of this field before we need to empty again. We're up to 25 bales on here now, and it looks like our harvester is getting fairly close to being finished. I don't think we're about to drop a bale, no, so we're good. We should make it down here without too much hassle. We have got another bale unloading, but yeah, one isn't going to drop on the ground right in front of our harvester here, which is good news. We will then be getting onto the canola, but it is 2 in the afternoon. In fact, it's coming up to 3 in the afternoon. I think we're going to be going a little bit into the evening again. And I've got a bale trailing off the back here that I want to keep out of the way of the harvester. I hope I've done enough. Yes, I have. Perfect. And I'm not too worried about the little bit of straw that I've left there. I can pick that up later. But at least we didn't stick a bale in front of the harvester again. The harvester is on the last row, so we might as well fill as we're going down here. Then we can send it straight into the canola field from the top here, or the bottom here. So in we come, and that. Perfect. That is great. So yeah, we'll be able to empty as we come down here, and then send it straight into the canola at the bottom and get started on that field at 3 p.m. Oh, we need to get at least the headlands out because field 33 is absolutely massive. So with this field done, what we're going to do now is get ourselves onto the canola field. And we should be able to just pop out of this field here. Start her up. Down. Oh, we need to start the combine threshing as well. Oh, I need to unfold it. Because, of course, when the hard worker got out, they completely folded up my harvester. Right, there we go. All unfolded. Start it up. And into the crop we go. This will shred, and then we need a new course set up in course play. So like the last one, we're going to do lands, and we're going to do clockwise. Yep, 3 headlands, generate me a course, and actually that's a pretty solid course. So let's get out of here. And first waypoint should be directly in front of us. And away it goes. And it's going to finish down this corner as well. So we know where to get our header trailer when this finishes. Although that's going to be the end of tomorrow at best. So we had another 13,537 litres off the field. So this will go into our grain store be something for us to sell later in the year, which is grand. And then we'll be able to hopefully start paying down this loan a little bit, or modernizing our farm a bit. If the right tractor shows up, we might look at possibly replacing this one or one of the others. But for now, let's tip this, and then we can keep things going with the canola as well. I've finally got the headlands done with the baler, as slow as it is to get this baler up to the top of the field. And it actually, unless I turn the baler off, it makes no difference. So the baler itself, it is the power the baler's requiring of this tractor while we're running uphill. And yeah, this tractor has nearly double the horsepower that this baler needs. So I don't know why it's struggling quite so much when it comes to doing the uphill bits, because at the moment it's just a little bit weird. Hopefully going across the slope like this, we won't have too much trouble, and we'll be able to get through this fairly quickly. We're just coming onto the second headland, and looking at the yield map, it's looking pretty similar to our field full of barley. We're getting about a 60-65% yield off of here, and we've only just reached 85% full. And that means we need to get the carting tractor down here. And in fact, by the time we've got it down here, our combine already needs unloading. We should be able to get down here, unload it. It looks like we'll get a second load off here as well then. So just bring this alongside. And... oh, wait, combine. There we go. Set our speed, and away we go, filling up with some canola. We're gonna get a lot more canola off here, so this should be pretty good for us, I think. So I want to get all of the headland knocked out on the canola field before we finish today. We're making really good progress on this field. Although a lot of our job on this field tomorrow is going to not only be getting these bales finished off, but also collecting up all of these bales, because in October we're going to want to get the canola planted in this field. So we've got a very short window then to get this field ready and done in time to do that. So going to have to be a really quick turnaround on field 32, and field 33 we're going to have a lot more time to do the stuff we need to do with it. But if we don't get these bales off here really quick, we're going to find ourselves backed up and missing our window to get that canola planted ready for next year. It's coming up to 6:30, and we're pretty much done for the day here on field 32 with a grand total of 41 bales off here, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm gonna just disconnect the baler here. We'll leave the baler on the field for the night, and we'll go and park our tractor up. But yeah, that's really good progress on the bales. We'll be able to clear, or we'll be able to get them finished by the end of the month, and we will start getting them collected up off of here as well. It's turning 20 to 8 in the evening, and unfortunately the combine hasn't quite made it to finish off the final headland. It's just around the other side of the farm here. So what we'll do is we'll stop the combine here and take our hired worker off. So like so, and pull underneath the auger. In fact, yeah, let's put the auger in. So let's get the auger back out. And that's now doing, because it is way too late really now to continue. And then I can get this emptied. We'll get this tipped up tonight and we'll continue on in the morning. It is late and we are definitely up against it. Let's get unloading. And yeah, not much more we can do today. Getting both these fields finished before the end of the day is actually really quite important. And we need to make absolutely sure that we have both of them done. And so this field here, clearing this off, we need to get this done because next month we want to turn this around completely and get all of the canola planted for next year before the winter. I like to get a winter planting of canola in because it means we get an earlier harvest of it. It gives us more time to bale it and therefore keeps things running fairly well. The barley, I would like to have got a winter planting of that as well. But to be honest, we should be all right with that, with getting an early spring planting, so around about March time for that as well. The biggest problem we're going to have, of course, is the slowness of this baler. And I'm a little bit worried about this on these fields. We're fine with the hillsides in most, but we're fine on the flat bits at the top here. However, these hillsides are proving to be a bit of a problem. And I understand from comments on the last video that, well, this baler just has a problem on hillsides. Even 350 horsepower tractors apparently have trouble with it. So I don't know if there's a tweak or a fix or something that we can do to the mod itself. But at the moment, we might have to switch this baler out, because if it's going to take us this long each year to get the bales done, because a little bit of a slope causes this baler just to go at a snail's pace, then we're definitely going to have to rethink whether we should be using it. Something I missed at the end of yesterday is that we should have all the ingredients now to start creating some pig food. We need to keep putting probably sugar beet. Actually, we need a load more sugar beet, and we need to put some more corn into here. But we can at least start producing some. So let's go corn pig food and activate that. And then I think we're going to start doing some more sugar beet out of here again. We've got still some water in there. We need to refill the water in the garden today. And we want to keep producing sugar beet and keep producing corn. In fact, I think we've got a couple of pallets of corn to put into the pig feed mixer as well. So we'll have to get the JCB out later and do that. We've got to get the JCB out because we've got to get all of these bales off this field too. So once we've finally got round to this field and got the rest of this baled, we still need to get all of these bales collected up too. Combine is nearly full, and I'd rather empty it going downhill than uphill, so we'll come up beside it here and empty going that way. So let's pull alongside. It's not doing, wow, that's not a massive amount of space it's doing at the moment. So yeah, not a huge amount of crop, but we should be able to get this emptied going downhill. Slow ourselves down a little bit, match the speed of the combine, and yeah, get this all emptied. We should get up to maybe about 50%, but I don't know. I think the combine was only at, yeah, the combine was only at 80% when we pulled alongside. And that, I think, now is empty. Let's jump in and have a look. Around the other side. And yep, that is now empty. And it can continue on. And we can continue on with the bales. I really am going to have a look at this baler and see if there's a fix for this. This is ridiculous with a tractor like this, that this baler cannot go up a hill at more than 3 miles an hour. It is, yeah, it is crazy. This tractor easily has more than enough power to pull this baler at a reasonable speed. And we do see it pulling it at a reasonable speed at other times. So the fact that it's struggling like this uphill is honestly ridiculous. And there must be something that can be altered to fix it. One thing I will point out is we have New Holland baler twine on here, and it's got blue, it's blue baler twine basically, which I think is pretty cool. I do kind of love that, that we do have a very New Holland focused farm here, and it's working out really, really well for us, pretty much in every other aspect. The difference between the flat and the downhill is 7 miles an hour. Even if this is a little bit fast, 7-8 miles an hour I think is reasonable for this baler. In fact, if I look at the work speed for this baler, the work speed for this baler is 9 miles an hour, so it should have no problem on this tractor going at 9 miles an hour, or even just sort of 7 miles an hour uphill. 3 miles an hour, that is absolutely ridiculous. Something I have noticed about this farm is that our money seems to be going up. And after a little bit of investigation, I've discovered that we do have some property income. So while my initial layout was huge because I had to buy the farm's debts and everything, we do have 6,853 in property income that has come in, and I'm guessing that what that is our windmills that sit on this field. I think that the farm actually owns both of these. I didn't realize this when we bought the farm, and when we took it on to try and get rid of the debt that the bank has put on with the time limit, that those two windmills there actually do contribute to the farm. So that's actually really good. It means that for the most part we are standing still at the moment. We still have a huge hill to climb. The bank does want that loan paid off by August in 2 years time. So we got we might get one more harvest out of here, or 2 more harvests out of here before we have to pay that loan back. It's going to be quite good. In fact, I think they've basically given me 3 harvests, so till the end of the year, in a couple of years time, we need to get this £1 million loan that the farm has paid off, or we've not succeeded on here. But it's good to know that we're not going any deeper into the red, and that the farm is to a certain extent paying for itself at the moment. Quite why this was described to me as a failing farm, I'm not quite sure. Maybe something will come up. In fact, no, we know why. Because they had to sell all the cows off before they sold it to us. So yeah, it was failing. It now seems to be actually a little bit stable, which is only good news for us in the long run. Combine needs unloading, and I really need to keep on top of this, because we need to make sure that this combine keeps moving. Thankfully it will empty as it's going, but it is stopped, and we need to make sure that it isn't doing that for too long a period of time. Let's set our cruise control as usual, and yeah, that should be fairly easy to empty now, and it's making good progress. We are coming up to midday though, and it is getting later in the day than I would have liked. But at least we've got our first couple of cut-ins done, so maybe we might catch up a bit, especially if we can keep the combine moving. I'm beginning to get a little bit worried. We are decently far through this field, so I'm not too worried about that. We're doing slow on the uphill bits, but we're doing okay on the downhill. However, the combine, I can just see it in the distance now. But looking on the map, it is nowhere near the middle of that field yet. And it is already 20 to 1 in the afternoon. So I'm very concerned that we're not going to be able to get the canola done. Somebody did suggest that I slow things down, that we slow down from a 10 times speed. I've already slowed this series down a bit anyway, in that we are doing 2-day months, and that should be enough to get everything done. What I might change though is exactly which crop we put in next, because this field I don't feel is going to be massively close to being able to be turned around, and we have more time in the winter to get the barley planted than the canola. So might be wise to get the barley in first, that way we can get it harvested first. And if that's the case, the field we're going to need to work on and get mulched and limed and everything is going to be the canola field. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we'll get it all harvested today, and then that gives us more time to deal with this field going into next year, rather than trying to rush to get everything done in a single month next month. So we'll see where we are at the end of the day, and if we can get both fields done, that would be amazing, because that would give us an early harvest on both crops next year. And I did have some concern that we'd need to plow both these fields, but no, neither field actually needs plowing before next year as well. So yeah, we could possibly turn both of them round. Our planting calendar, the canola is next month and the barley is by the end of November. But that would certainly allow us to harvest both of them around August next year. You can just see the massive amount we still have to go on this field. It's really quite concerning. It's going to get lesser as we get out of this area here, and aren't doing quite so long runs. But yeah, I'm very concerned about this. It's got a very long way to go, and only a few short hours to get it done in. Keeping the harvester moving nicely though, and we'll go to the end of this row with it. Looks like we're gonna be about half full on the trailer, which is good news. Yeah, so we'll get out of his way and let him continue on. I think it might actually be faster with this baler to turn it off, drive back up the field at 19 miles an hour, and then drive back down at 10 miles an hour and bail that way. It's going to take more fuel to do it this way, because we're obviously making more trips up and down the field, but it just seems so much faster. I can't believe that's actually a solution to this, especially as it's not going to be good for our field. You can see we've got an enhanced stubble destruction on here, which means we probably won't be able to mulch these rows between where we're actually doing the baling. As a result, the more I drive on the field, the more stubble gets destroyed, the less we'll be able to mulch. But right now, this just seems to be such a better solution for getting this baling done quicker. I think this canola field might be a little bit deceptive. We are working on the bigger part of it, and I think the other side of it is gonna go a little bit faster. As a result, we are coming up to about halfway through what appears to be halfway across the field, but I think we've got a lot more on this side than we have on the other side, and I'm still hopeful with it coming up to 3:30 that we're going to be able to get this whole field out today. We could end up going into the evening to do it, but as I said, this is our last chance to get all this out, so we'll see how we go. Driving up to the top of the field and then driving down has been and then bailing on the way downhill has been a much quicker way of doing this. We're now getting into the bottom part of the field, which is exactly where I wanted to be. And yeah, it's really good. So we just turn the baler off, we spin round, we go up the middle row here. And I'm basically trying to limit it to how many times, or the space that I go up, and then when we get to the top, we just spin back around, turn everything back on, and start baling. And it is so much quicker. We're going sort of 17 miles an hour uphill, 10 miles an hour downhill, and even taking into account all of the extra journeys we're having to make, it's still much faster than struggling up this hill at 3 miles an hour. It's just gone 5 o'clock and we are down the bottom end of this field baling. I honestly don't think that if we'd continued to struggle up the hills at that really slow speed, we would have got near the end of this field at this point. But we are only 3 rows from finishing this field now, so that is really good news. We'll have all of these bales done today. We'll have to get on here with the telehandler next time and start collecting them up. I don't know where is going to be the best place to put the bales. I'm still hopeful that we might be able to get manure into the pigs, so we'll see how, or we'll straw into the pigs to create manure, but we will see where that leads. For now, we just really need to get some extra cash in from this straw at some point. But I don't want to immediately load it up on my bale trailer. We don't have enough space on the bale trailer to do this, to get all of these bales on there and leave them on there till things get sold. So very much thinking we're gonna have to stack these bales somewhere. I might find a corner of the field at the top, maybe, to create a nice big bale stack somewhere a little bit flat. Definitely not down this bottom corner here, because this is very, very sloped down here, and yeah, a stack of bales down here would not do well. So yeah, we need to find somewhere level and we can get those done. Can I go at this last bit at 3 miles an hour? I think I can. In fact, that's going at 5, and this is much more across the slope. Nope, in fact, it's a little bit down even on that. So yeah, that is not the greatest uphill baler there. We are gonna have to work out what we can do about it. So that is done. Unload any remaining bales. I don't have the unload incomplete bales on here, so we'll only be unloading that one. I don't think we do. No, we don't. So let's fold that up, and we'll take this back up to the farm, and by 5:30 this field is baled. We've still got quite a lot of work to do on here, but at least now I can concentrate on keeping the combine going. We shouldn't now have it stop again, and I think it's going to end up going well into the evening to get the rest of this canola knocked out. I am concerned about the amount of time we have left, and darkness is going to be creeping in very quickly now. And while we're waiting for the harvester to refill again, what I'm going to do is just pop over here. We have several crates of corn. Perfect. So we can get all of this into our pig feed mix and get that going. So let's just back this off a little bit and then in. Pick these up. Oh, I can't get my... For some reason... Oh, I think... Yeah, those need connecting up. Trying to figure out why my forks were too wide. And it was very simple. We didn't have the hydraulics hooked up on our JCB forks. So we'll get those out of the way. We've got the bale grab back up here now. That's come up from the shop. So we can sort that. Oh, we need to keep this out of the area for feeds. So hopefully that's high enough. No, we still ended up using 30 or, yeah, actually a couple of 100 liters into that. So I'm going to get these sorted and loaded in here and keep that pig food production going. In the rush to get everything done today, I almost forgot that we need to create a number plate from our patrons and channel members. So today, it's congratulations to Jason Hodge. JA50NHG is the number plate I'm going to go with for you. So congratulations to you. Your name is on the back of the DM155 series tractor. Our combine has stopped. It's run out of fuel. So we're going to have to drive this back out of here. It's really, really dark. I don't know yet. There's not a huge amount of lights on this combine either. So I am gonna drive this back up to the farm, get this refueled, and we have such a small amount of field to go. But the sun has set, and you can now see why I'm going to get through most of the rest of this. It is so dark, and that is because there's so much cloud cover tonight. So we'll get this refueled, get it restarted, and we're so close to the end of this field now. It's coming up to 9 p.m. and our combine is just getting into the final row. So I'm lining up the tractor so that we can empty coming into this. This has been a long old day, but we have got everything done as I'd hoped. And yeah, that's a really good start. We've still got a long way to go though. We've still got all those bales on that field to clear up. We still need to get both of these fields mulched and lime done on them too. And yeah, maybe we'll be able to get the canola in if we prioritize that field over this one, but we'll have to see how it goes. For now, our combine is done. It's completely emptied, and we've got a full trailer to go and tip. I'm gonna do the mulching with this tractor here, our TM55. The mulcher should be round the far side here. We'll get this going, and we'll get this going on field 33 because it's going to take quite a while for that to do. If I can get the canola into the barley field this month, that would be great. But it's not essential looking at our looking at our seasonal calendar. We should be able to get the canola in the new year as well with the calendar that we have on here. So we'll start this off at this top corner here. In fact, yeah, this is the field I want. So we'll start this off here, and we want to finish up this top corner. So bring our tractor up to here, and oh, actually, if we can get it to actually finish here, that would be great. So set a course, and we want to do a single tool. I think with this width, we probably want 3 headlands. We want a sharp turn in the corner because there is space to do that on this field. And we want it to do the center of the field first. Up and down. Yeah, all good. So let's generate a fieldwork course. And yeah, that seems to go that way quite nicely. So close the course generator and we can have a look at this course. So we're starting halfway down the field here, nice and close to us. And we're stopping in this top corner here. That is perfect. And we've got the start points on. So where are they down here? It'll be interesting to see with where we've been driving on this field, if it actually gives us the various bits where we've driven on as mulched as well. And 4.7 meter work width, so this might take a little while for this tractor to get this done, but it should be fine. We've got enough fuel and everything in it, so let's go from first waypoint and away it goes. And if we turn it onto the blue, that will display exactly how it's going. I'm happy with that, and that seems to be doing a good job. Just a quick look at the mulching map, and yeah, you can see here where we've driven while we've been harvesting and carting. That hasn't mulched, and that's because the stubble is already destroyed in that area. So yeah, this is going to be a very sort of mismatch of lines on this field, I think. Next, we've got to get our telehandler out then. We're going to be grabbing bales off the field. And actually, we'll use the 8340 on the bale trailer. Possibly. In fact, no, I don't think I want to. What we need to do is we need to find somewhere where we can safely stack bales. I'm wondering, actually, if this bit here is flat enough. It doesn't look overly flat. Maybe that's what we should be using this shed for. This doesn't seem to be oh, it is a shed for compacting silage. We're not actually doing any silage on here, but that would work fairly well. I've got the combine sitting in at the moment. Haven't really got anywhere else to store the combine is the trouble. The other thing to do is to spend a little bit of money and maybe put a hay shed or a shed in for it. Right, let's do that. It's a pity we can't store it anywhere like in the cow sheds, because the cow sheds, unfortunately, wouldn't quite work for it. But we must have somewhere where we could put a shed in, possibly. Prime location would actually be where I've put our pig feed mixer in. But, of course, that is where the pig feed mixer is now. Other place would be down the side of these sheds here. So I'll have a think, and we'll see where we can go. But it would be really useful to be able to get these bales just stacked somewhere out of the way for now. Get the pallets of corn into our mixer as well. And then we can see that this is producing our pig food quite nicely. We've got 8,500 litres so far, and it's already getting more in. We need more corn. Corn is what we're short on in our pig feed mixer at the moment. So we need to keep generating that from our garden, and then we'll be good. I'm gonna go and put these away. I don't quite know where the best place to store all of this. In fact, it's kind of becoming around this silo here. So we can put this in here. This is a spare silo. And we're going to go and get, once we detached our hoses, we're going to grab the bale grab next. And start going and collecting up some bales from the field. This should make this job really easy and really quick. So need to connect up the hoses. Is that going to work without connecting up the hoses then? Yeah, that is. So we can go and grab bales. Don't seem to want to connect up on here. Might see if there's a space at the edge of the field or something to do them, because at the moment I'm struggling a little bit to work out exactly where we're going to pile all these bales up. I'm having a little bit of an unexpected issue with this pickup. It seems to keep getting bales stuck on it. So if I line myself up here with this bale here, I don't know if it's just with these bales as well. If I line myself up with this bale here and go to pick it up, it picks it up without me having actually put those in. So now, getting this bale off, I have to slide it back like that, which is a bit weird. So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll keep trying to work things. But it seems almost like it's got a bale spike on the end, and as a result, that is causing me a little bit of hassle. Also, I don't think that this actually works that well with these bales. So yeah, what we're gonna do, we're gonna drop this off, and I think we'll get a more regular bale spike for it, because these bales being a slightly funny size with this D1000 baler means that we are having a little bit of trouble. So off to the shop, I think, and we'll go and grab ourselves a proper bale spike and replace this, because at the moment this isn't working. I'm a big fan of that D1000 baler, but it does really have a bit of an issue sometimes. The bales it produces can be really odd, or are really odd sizes, and as a result, it has a couple of issues as far as getting them loaded and things with slightly less traditional bale spikes like that. So we will oh, we can customize it. We can't sell that here. I don't know where the sell point is. We'll go and have a word in the shop and see if we can get it sold. And yeah, we can sell this here, 12,913. Actually, that's quite a bit of money we're getting in for that. And we'll replace it with one of these. I'm wondering, yeah, we can see our telehandler in the back there. So yeah, we'll replace it with one of these. We can go with, oh wow, various designs. I think I'm going to go with the standard sort of 3. And we'll do a standard fit as well, because I think the JCB has that. So we will buy this for 1,200. Wow, that's only 10% of the value of what we sold the old bale spike for. I'm just hoping I can squeeze in behind the New Holland tractor over here. There we go. Patch that up. Right. And back to the farm, because we have a lot of bales still to get collected up. Something I forgot to mention last time after we did all of that work baling is that how many we actually ended up with. And the answer to that is 112. So there's an awful lot of bales to get off this field. Interestingly, looking at this, and the length of these bale spikes we've just grabbed, we might be able to do quite a few bales in one go. That will take there is a long enough spike on this that it will take 2 like that. But if I push this along here and do a 3rd, this should be wide enough for us to basically do bales how we were just doing them. Go down like that, and then 1 on each spike. They should hold each other together. So like this, in, and take 3 at once. And yeah, we'll still be able to move 3 at a time, which is exactly what we need to do. Although that middle one is a little bit unhappy, and we will have to stack them sideways on here. And in fact, this is not where I was stacking my bales. It's around the edge of the chicken coop here. Yep. And just bring them on here. Stack them on. And there we go. Oh, if they'll come off. This is the thing. Bales don't always come off the front. Sometimes you have to disconnect, reconnect, and then pull back. And even that there wasn't working. Sometimes bales in Farm Sim can just be difficult. The thing I know for certain is by the time I finish this, there's not going to be a huge amount to mulch on this field. We're having to drive all over the place to get bales picked up. And as a result, we are basically destroying the stubble all over the place. And that means that we are definitely not going to make much as far as the actual mulching goes. Just about see the edge of that there. Yeah, there we go. Oh wow, actually managed to get a decent pickup on those 3 bales. That's really good. Oh, let's not run over one though. It tends to camouflage in the field, especially among the weeds, really rather nicely. You can see now though, with where the mulching's going, all the places we drove with the tractor when we were harvesting that field. It isn't quite as bad as I thought it would be though. I was expecting much worse when I saw it starting to do that at the beginning. Hopefully it'll do fairly well. And we are 15 bales down, so we're more than 10% of the way through now. And it's just gone 2 minutes past 12. This field is taking us a while, but I feel like I'm making fairly good progress now. And using these long bale spikes to go end on into the bales is working out really, really well for us. I'm going to go 4 bales high in my stack. And this is doing fairly well. We're about to go on, well, we're topping off the 3rd stack of these. So that's going to be 36 bales, 3 stacks of 12. And that will then allow us to go up to 15. So we're probably about 1/3 of the way through, just under 1/3 of the way through at the moment, going pretty good guns at the moment. It is 1 o'clock, just turned over, and our mulching tractor's doing fairly well. The idea of getting that to do both fields today is unlikely. I think that field 33 is by far the bigger field. And we want to be in a position with that where that is ready to go when we're looking to actually plant it come next month. So we're going to be planting the wheat in October, the barley, sorry, in October. And the canola, though, as I said, really, it's either going to go in this month or it's going to be a spring crop. And that is the field that we're currently trying to clear of bales. So there's still so much to do on field 32 before it can be planted. I am beginning to suspect that we're not going to get to this in time. My worry for that is at the end of next year, we're going to be really struggling to get everything harvested if we don't have a big enough window, especially because we could end up with rain happening during the harvest season, and at that point we'd be scuppered because we know it takes a day and a half to 2 days to get each of these fields harvested. And my New Holland TM 55 has run out of DEF of all things, so we're gonna have to get this refueled and sorted. I don't think we have any DEF at the farm, so we're probably going to have to run down to the shop and get that. Again, that's going to take time out of what we're trying to do today and what we're trying to get cleared. I don't know if I have a tractor actually that might have enough, and we don't have to worry about it. But no, we'll run down to the shop with this. We'll go grab some DEF. And maybe we'll look at getting a small DEF tank at the farm, because we really need to make sure that we can refuel our tractors without having to drive a whole load of way every time. So back to the shop for the 2nd time today. We'll just park up here, run in, and hopefully they have a canister of DEF. It'll be under pallets, and oh, there it is. In fact, we want the 50-litre capacity. We'll have to leave it at the shop and come back and get it later, but we'll buy that for 82, and then we can bring this over here and just refill it quickly. So turn off our engine and refill. And we'll have to leave this here refilling and get back to stacking some bales. It takes a while for those DEF canisters to refill your tractors. So yeah, we're best off continuing on with this, trying to get as many of these bales cleared off as we can as quickly as possible. And I still want to get these fields scanned today. In fact, if we're not going to get all of these bales off here, then it's very much going to be worth our while getting the scanner on here and getting these fields scanned. Tractor is refueled. We will leave the DEF canister here. As I said, we'll go just put it in the shop here. That can live there for now. We'll run up here later and pick it up. We are going to have to come up and grab the scanning tractor in a minute. I think we'll probably use our little yard tractor for that. So bring that up here, get things scanned, and away we go. But this tractor first needs to get back to work mulching field 33. So we're back down, and yeah, this tractor isn't even halfway through this field yet. There's still so much left to do on here. Gonna turn all that off, and nearest waypoint, and away it goes again, continuing the mulching. It's just gone 25 past 3. Now it's just gone 25 past 3, and we still have this priority of getting these fields scanned today. So let's go and grab a field scanner. It's under miscellaneous, and this is the one we want. We're going to lease this. It'll cost us just 867. Interestingly, I just want to do this comparison. So it's 867 to lease that. But if we go in here and we go to get these scanned and purchase the soil information, it will cost us 4,600 plus 62 samples to get that done. So you can see why I'd rather lease this and do it myself than pay to get it done, because it's going to cost £4,000 just to do one field, and that's our smaller field. The fact that it's 62 samples though, this might take a while, and I'm slightly worried because obviously time very much is of the essence now, and taking 62 samples is going to take us a little while. So back to the farm, and we will unfold this piece of kit. How is this going to take 62 samples? That is a huge number, especially considering how much of this field we are already covering with this first sample. I'll be surprised if this does take us 62 samples to do this field. We are going to do both fields anyway, so it might not. We'll see what happens. But at the moment, I'm going to go around the edge. We'll sample this all up, and then we'll come back and see how many it's taken for just this field. Going around the edge and doing this, I am just struck by how many bales there still are on this field. This is looking less and less likely that we're going to be able to get this field planted this month. I think we're going to be doing mulching and setting up and everything on this field right up until the end of the month. We need to get lime on both of our fields as well. I suspect the pH values on here are not great. And that's the big thing that I think we'll have to do before we can seed. We're going to have to do that. We do have a direct seeder, so once we've mulched, we can just go straight in and seed these fields. But at the moment, it's just going to take quite a while to get these fields prepared. And this is something we need to take into account going into the future. Do we want to do spring crops, which seems like a pretty good bet at the moment, and possibly end up with a late harvest, or do we want to do winter ones and give ourselves more harvesting time? And if so, How do we prepare these fields quicker? So this should complete the outside of the field. I'm going to get as much of this top corner here that's difficult as well in. That's pretty good. I'm very happy with that. If we have a look at the bigger map, you can see there's no way we've taken anywhere near 60 of these at the moment. This is nowhere near that. So yeah, we are going to save ourselves money doing it this way, which is great news because, well, while we've got some money from selling that bale spike, we are still going to need all the money we can get if we're going to succeed on here and get that £1 million loan eventually paid off. Almost my final sample. Not quite gonna fit everything in here, so we got one sample that's gonna need to be a small bit down the bottom, but that's not too bad actually. That's better than often I do. Quite often I'll have a couple of patches around the field to look at and be unhappy with, but this is looking like a pretty good coverage actually. I'm fairly happy with that. So what we need to do now is do the same around the edge of field 49, get that field 33, get that all sampled as well, because yeah, we want to do that and get all that done. Let's see how many soil samples we have. 31. So that is half the number of soil samples it said it was going to take to do that field. I'm actually quite stoked by that. So we'll get all the rest of this field done. That does mean that we're going to need to be doing more mulching and more bale collection tomorrow. Whether that also means that we will be able to get anything into field 32, I don't know. I honestly think we're going to end up putting spring canola in there and winter barley in here and seeing where we go from there. Amazing how much bigger field 33 is than field 32. We've gone just round the edge of 33 and it's nearly doubled the number of soil samples we've taken. Yeah, look at that. We just had a sort of a thin line through the middle of 32 to fill. Here, we have an entire middle of the field still to go on this. It's going to be well into the night that we're taking these samples. And it's a good possibility we might not get the results back till tomorrow. In fact, I think that is probably our conclusion. We'll keep taking samples, we'll get these all done, and we'll get them sent off tomorrow. This, though, is a mammoth task, and I haven't got anything completed today that I wanted to. We'll see what this leads to tomorrow. We might even get some lime down and sort some pH. Before I start this morning, we need to just submit the soil samples from yesterday. We ended up with 82 soil samples in total. So we'll send them off and those will get analyzed. Then I'm going to take my TM155 here and start that mulching on field 2. We need to fill it with some fuel first. Soil samples have come back, so while this is refueling, we'll check that out. So refill fuel that. And let's have a look at our soil setup. And oh, wow, that actually isn't quite as good as I thought it was going to be. We've got a big amount of loam on 32, and then sandy loam at the bottom, and then loam, sandy loam, and loamy sand at the bottom of the field there, field 33. So there's a fair amount actually on there. Do you know what? Looking at this, I'm wondering if we would benefit from splitting 33 into 2 fields and doing 2 crops on there. That would give us an even split, really, across all 3 crops. So we might look into that, I think. That might be a way to go and a way for us to get a 3rd crop in and have a look at that. So we'll have a look. We'll see where we go. It'll have to be something that can be planted in the spring, I would have thought. Maybe a split of winter wheat and spring barley. We should have some chance in November to get some winter wheat in there, maybe, and start doing a split between that as well. So yeah, I think there's a strong possibility we could do that on that field. Let's get this onto here though, and let's clear the existing course, set up a new one, and 4.7 meter working width. Yes, we're going to do 3 headlands, generate me a fieldwork course, and that is going to stop in that right, or the top corner there. So we'll get this into position. I don't know how well this field is going to mulch. There has been a lot of driving on it to get everything done. So it's going to be fairly racetracky. I think maybe only half the field will mulch, but we'll set that off. That is going nicely, and now we can go and get ourselves a lime spreader and start sorting this field out. And to do that, we're going to use our New Holland 8970 here. This is our big tractor on the farm. Just want to park this over here. There we go. And first thing I want to do actually is, we forgot to do a number plate last time, so I'm going to do a couple of number plates now. We'll have one on the spreader, one on the tractor. And the first number plate we're going to do today on this 70 series, this is going to go to the J-Man. Congratulations to you. The closest I think I can get is TH3 1MAN. I couldn't find a good number to represent J, so 1 is the closest. But yeah, this is the number plate I'm going to put on for you, so congratulations, the J-Man. You have been selected at random from the patrons and channel members. And then we're going to pop into the shop here, and I think I might go for the bigger one of these. I'm hoping it can pull it. Well, what's the largest on this is 14,000. The largest on this is 8. No, actually, we'll go with this 14,000. We will get the big extension on it with the Michelin tires, and we will get the 6 meter spreading disc because our fields are quite big. We need a new number plate. And selecting our second name at random from the patrons and channel members, we've got Peter Turner. Congratulations to you. So I'm going to go with PE73RTR. So Peter and then TR for Turner. And then we will lease this so that it doesn't wipe out all of our money. And then to fill that, we're going to need 7 big bags, and we'll get them to put that in here down at the shop. So that should be all done and ready to go. We will hook up. Yeah, we've got our number plate on our back of the spreader. We've got a number plate on the tractor. Perfect. Let's start her up and back it up, and then we can hook up. And I think this is already filled with the lime that we have purchased. And as I said, we've ordered a whole load more bags. So I've ordered another 14 bags. That should do us, at least for today. We'll get this all hooked up. Yeah, 14,000 liters in there. Let's head out and go and get this spreading. Hopefully clear this field off pretty quickly now. I mentioned in yesterday's video that I thought we might end up with a problem here in actually getting the canola in today. We are able to get it in the spring if we need to. And actually putting winter wheat into the field there will probably work out quite well for us, because it'll give us time to get the barley in the spring as well. Let's unfold this. This has got a fairly wide reach on it. And right, bring it into the side a little bit. Really bad pH at this spot here, but looking fairly good. And yeah, I don't know how quickly this is going to go down, but I have a feeling we're going to need a lot more lime today than we've currently got in here. I don't think this 14,000 liters is quite going to be enough to get the job done. We're just coming down to the bottom of the field, and we are down to a third of the lime left. So yeah, this is going to take quite a bit of lime to get this whole field done, let alone getting field 33 done. I think we're going to end up spending quite a lot of money on lime in order to get these fields up to scratch. We didn't know they were in bad condition. I mean, our harvests on here were absolutely appalling this year, but I don't think I realized it was quite this bad. We might actually make it back to the start, though. Yeah, this is where we started spreading lime, and we're back to it. So that's great news. We've actually made it all the way around the field. We got 7% left, and I'm hoping by the time we've done this, our lime will have been delivered, and we'll be able to get on with doing the field once we got it all loaded up. So now that we're empty, I hope that those have all been delivered. Where have they put them? 14 bags. Ah, here we are. Yep, down here. I'll bring this over here. This opens. Oh, we're gonna need to turn around. This opens on the left-hand side. So we're gonna need to put this into position so we can easily load up on the left. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. And I think the telehandler we're gonna have to use for this, because while our front loader tractor is great with its bag lifter, I don't believe it's gonna work to get it that high. The other advantage of using the telehandler and the forks is that we're going to be able to get at least 2 of these bags up at a time. I don't know if it'll lift 4. I think 4 might be asking a bit much of it, but certainly I think we'll be able to get 2. A little bit wider on there. And then, like, line this up. I'm lining this up from this angle, not the easiest thing. Let's line it up from this angle here. Right, can we get 4? I think we can just about pick up 4. Yeah, we can pick up 4. Whether this will overload our telehandler or not, I don't know. But this would basically mean that we can do this in 2 goes. So right up and in, and oh, look at that. 4 at a time. Fantastic. And that's just about them emptied. There we go. And back 2. Right. Let's reverse this off. And then we just need 3 more to finish this. Actually, I could do 4. But we'll use 3. So let's grab 1 off this pile here, line it up, and slot in under the hook. Then grab the other one, and yeah, this way it fills up really quick. 4 bags at a time. I did not expect to be able to do that. I'm beginning to look actually at my yard tractor, and the telehandler seems to cover a lot of the jobs it does. It does do single bales a lot better than our telehandler does. Oh, it's knocking that one over. Come on. In there, grab it, and let's pick this up and load this. There we go. There. That's what I want. Let's get this up and in. This should have no problem whatsoever. And over. There we go. Let's unload that then. And that's another 14,000 litres into our lime spreader. And with those emptied and the lime spreader full, we can now get this back out to the field and continue spreading. I'm hoping this is going to be enough. Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to have to make a phone call and put another order in, because we really, really want to make sure we get this field done today. And we need to get our other fields done and finished by the end of tomorrow. We've run out of lime. We are probably about halfway through the field now. So I think what we have should be enough to get the rest of this field done. I am not looking forward to checking out how well the mulching's gone, though. We have lines all over this field, and I think this field is probably only going to be about half mulched. We'll have to see how it goes. All right, we've got a roadway round here. If it doesn't come back up here, we have to cut through this bit of scrubland. Yeah, I need to go round the barns. That would be a much better way to come here. However, we can load the rest of these up fairly quickly. Let's open up the cover on that and get the rest of these loaded up. And this field finished. I'm really hoping these aren't going to take much more. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be a cool down to the shop and get them to send up some more big bags. We're going to have to do that anyway. I think we're going to spend a whole load more money on lime before we're finished here. But at least we know we're going to do it. And this is why we did start the farm with a little bit of money, to make sure that we had enough to get the stuff we needed to do in the autumn done. We still need seeds and we still need fertilizer. So the money we've got, I don't know if it's going to go far enough, considering fertilizer especially is really expensive. Considering we've used, or we are going to be using, at least 28 big bags on here, I have ordered another 28 big bags to arrive by tomorrow. That should allow us to get all of, well, all of this field will be done. It should allow us to get a start on 33. I think we might need even double that. That would be, what, 56 big bags that we need for lime. So, yeah, there's very much the possibility that we're going to need a huge number more bags of lime here. And I might look into getting a silo of some description in the future. Close that up, though, and we'll see if we can finish this field. If they can get those bags here earlier, they might do, which would be very useful to us, because obviously there's a distinct possibility we might not have enough to do this, finish this field. But I think we might actually, looking at this, we might be okay. Look at all of those lines on this field. This field really is going to be horrible as far as the mulching goes. And just looking at the mulching progress, look at that compared to that. Yeah, so little of this field has actually got mulched. Running that mulcher over here, it's that's hilarious. It is not going to give that much of a boost, but that's what happens with doing baling and having to pick all those bales up, and you're going to drive over the field a lot doing that. It's unfortunate, and it's probably actually good that we're getting the lime spread on here and driving over this now, because yeah, this field is going to be pretty horrendous as far as that mulching goes, and this is by far the bigger increase in the yield that we're going to get off here. Just got word that the bags have been delivered, and think I can see them over there by the shed, which is fantastic news because, yeah, we don't even have enough to finish this field off. So they've delivered 28 bags. And yeah, oh wow, that is a lot of bags. And that isn't even going to get all of the next field done. I think I'll put in an order for another 28 bags to be here tomorrow morning. That is so many bags. Wow, that is just a huge amount. Oh, yeah. We are going to be spreading a lot of lime. Well, we have spread a lot of lime today. We're going to be spreading a lot of lime tomorrow as well. And looking at these, I'm just going to pick them up in 4 bag batches. Carefully bring them over and unload. There we go. That is full. I'm doing it this way, actually. It's fairly good. We have 4 bags still on the front of this. I will angle those back a bit, place them on the floor, and yeah, that will spread things fairly even, actually, between our various loads. And we'll go and finish this off, and then I think we might try and get some headland done on the next field. That's still going through stuff that's been limed. Just about. Yeah. Yeah, we shouldn't have any overlap by those things, so that's good. We don't want to be putting lime all over our PM 155 if we can avoid it. But looks like we've made it and got this field done. It's gonna take so much lime to get all of these fields done. That is gonna be mad. Okay, with this field done, I think what we should probably try and do is come over here, turn that off, and it back on, and we'll see how far we can get around here with a single, well, 85% left on this, and go around. Yeah, we're going to be running down some more of the stubble. Not really much I can do about that unless I wait until this is all shredded. And to be perfectly honest, I want to look at starting to divide this field next time. We can get this half of the field finished and ready to seed next time. That would be great. Get some winter wheat straight in this field and then concentrate on the rest in the spring. Amazingly, this has almost made this the whole way round the field, this load. In fact, had we had a full load, I think that would have made it the whole way around the field. We're going to make it about halfway down this edge, and then we're done. And yeah, that is pretty amazing how far that made that. We'll fill it up again. We've still got plenty to go today, and the thing is, we need to make space for the next delivery. So clearing as many of the big bags and getting everything loaded up will really help us. And I'm hoping that mulch is going to finish on there today, because we want to get that to come and do this field. And I need to work out where the best place to divide it is. Because if we can do that and do it in a way that works really well for us, we should end up with 2 fairly even fields and not too much faffing around trying to get odd angles and things, which often happens if we're not careful. Open this up. Jump into the JCB. And we'll get the next lot of this loaded up. Oh, a little bit unstable when we're up high with these, but yeah, still working really well. All loaded up again, and we'll finish off this headland and start filling in this field, I think. We have, well, The light's fading fast. I'd really like the mulcher to get finished tonight on there. That way we can get it back onto this field here and hopefully get the headlands done as well. And as I said, if we can get winter wheat in next time on a divided field 33, that would be perfect. But we might have to do some of the mulching ourselves, I think, to get that to happen. Because at the moment, of course, this is one field. And it's not going to do the headlands for quite a while. Kind of set, we're down to the last few litres of lime. But yeah, we're down to 3%. Just going to turn that on there. And bring this round. And then that should finish it off fairly quickly on the next row. There we go. Right, so I want to fill this up before I go and finish off, because we want to get the big bags out of the yard and into this. So that's what we're going to do for our last thing. The mulcher is still cracking away in field 32. That should finish tonight, and we'll be fairly far done actually with the liming in field 33 tomorrow, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to get some seeding done. So let's open this up. Oh no, it was open. Let's open this up. There we go, and load these up. But this is the last job I'm going to do today. So yeah, we're going to get these out of the way. We'll have one set of bags and we'll put them out of the way as well, so that we can get a delivery of another 28 in the morning. Before I get started on splitting field 33 today, we need to sort the stuff from our garden. We've got quite a few pallets of sugar beet here. We also have quite a few pallets of the corn as well. In fact, I'm going to turn the sugar beet off because we have more than enough of that. So into here, and on our production screen, we will just deactivate the sugar beet. How much water do we have on here? We only have 384 liters of water, so we need to refill that today as well. And it looks like, yeah, we've run out of corn in the pig production, or the pig food production, so we want to get a load of corn over there for that as well. Thankfully we do have 2 pallets of it, but look at how much quicker the sugar beet is producing here than the corn. And once we've got a decent amount of pig food and got the pigs running very nicely, we're actually going to continue producing stuff from this garden. I think we'll probably be producing sugar beet or potatoes from here, just to give us a little bit of extra income, because as suggested in the comments, getting to 1 million in 2 years on here is going to be quite a tough job. And we drove through that pig feed trigger again and lost some of that. I should be able to get past the yard here. So there we go. That's nice and good. We've got a fair amount of lime still kicking about. We have got that field to finish today. And if we need to, I know we've got a load of lime ready for delivery. So I'm just going to see how much we are going to need on top of what we've got now. We have a full trailer of lime and we've got a load more. We did spend a lot of money on lime last time. I estimated in the end it was about £30,000 that we spent on lime. So we've got plenty, I think, to get that job done. And if not, we should have space for some more. We need to get corn in here though, because at the moment we've got plenty of sugar beet and not enough corn. Last of the corn into our pig feed mixer. And now we've got a fair amount. Yeah, we do need to get a lot more corn in here. We have tons of everything else at the moment and not enough corn. We do have 10,000 litres of pig feed. And not a moment too soon. We're pretty good on both of our sets of pigs. This is the one where we keep dumping stuff in by mistake. So that looks like it's going okay. We could do with putting another 5,000 feed into both. So we'll give that a go a bit later as well. I think now I need to get a bit of water, put that into the garden, and we can start looking at field 33. I love this water pump sitting beside here. We can just hook up, refill, and then take it straight to the garden. It does cost us money to do this, I think. No, in fact, it doesn't, because this is our own borehole. So we don't spend any money getting money from our own borehole into the garden, and this system works out so well for us. I do want to get the production in our garden increased soon, and we should be able to do that once we start getting some fertilizer and seeds on the farm. I'm hoping we're not going to have to spend too much with that to get that working, but it shouldn't be too bad. I could do the water from here, but I like to get right up to the fill point and then do that there. So we'll empty that out, and that then should keep our our garden going for quite a while. Now we can turn our attention to field 33 and getting it split, and I want to split it really down this central line here. Very important we try and get it so we can just run our mouse the whole way down the field. So if I leave the mouse in one place, that is going slightly to the side. So getting this adjustment is going to be difficult. We're going to run it basically down where we've mulched, this split in the middle here. And we're going to run it from the top corner here all the way down. So we want to go painting. I think I'm just going to do a dirt line down the middle. So we've got dirt there. We want a slightly larger setup, so we'll increase the size of that to about there-ish. I think will be a good one. We'll change the shape so it's nice and round. And then, yeah, we're just going to send the dirt all the way down at the middle of the field here. So that is my start point. And I'm just going straight down the middle, holding the mouse on the line as it goes. This should be, with any luck, quite straight. And down to the bottom. Yeah. So I don't need grass in the middle of it. I might put some bushes and things to sort of delineate it. But you can see now that's a pretty straight setup here. We just got a little bit of lime to put across the field. We also... well, we just need to get the headlands mulched as well, and probably do that ourselves. So let's go from there. First things first then is to get the rest of this field limed, because we want to get this tractor available to us. And then I might try and... No, we'll go and then mulch this ourselves. Just mulch these headlands to get them out the way. And with any luck, that will then be done by midday. I'm not immediately going to worry about liming the other side of the field until we need it, because we're going to need this tractor to do our seeding later on. Let's unfold this, get the rest of this field that has already been mulched limed, and then it'll be ready for us pretty much to get it seeded. And yeah, we'll actually have some winter crop in, which will be fantastic for us. Judging by how much lime we're getting through just finishing off this side of the field, I think we're going to end up needing another full batch of lime for here. In fact, let's stop that there, because we've got a patch at the top that needs fixing, and then we can go and refill this. But yeah, we're going to need a little bit more. And I think what I'll do is probably get this on a hired worker, liming the other side of field 33. And we can then go and get this, then we'll at least be part of the way through the rest of the field by the time we need to go and get that planted. It's going to be planting the canola in field 32, and we're going to be putting spring barley now in the other half of field 33, and this half will get winter wheat in, and that will then be a really good setup across our farm. I do love being able to pick up 4 bags at this at a time. It was really useful yesterday, massively useful again today. And as I said before, our little yard tractor, that is not as useful as it probably once was on this farm, especially with 4 bags like this at the time. Lime, it's really, really useful. If we were doing fertilizer in here, it'd be really useful as well. I actually think that when it comes to it, we won't be using this so much for seed. I don't know how much seed our seeder takes there, but we need to get that ordered actually. So while we're getting this finished off, and in fact I think I'm going to set the hired worker going as soon as we get this. We'll get some seed ordered, we'll get some fertilizer ordered, and we will get some more lime ordered, and that should be here by the time we've finished doing the mulching on the rest of the headland here, and we can get that mulching going on the rest of the field, and hopefully this will be far enough along in the lime that we should be okay. Oh, this is really taxing this telehandler, but it's okay, we got this refilled. It's already 25 past 12, so let's send this off. I'm hoping the hired worker will keep on this line here. Yeah, it's having no problem, so we'll leave that going now, and we'll head over and get the mulcher going. I'm going to head round the headland with our piece of kit here. I think we've actually got 3 headlands that we can do with this, or that we need to do with this, in fact. But we should be all right, I think, getting it done. So start it up, drop it down, and away we go. And I don't know what effect actually doing this ourselves with this mulcher will have, whether it will actually destroy the stubble ahead of us and therefore cause more problems than it solves. So I might have to keep an eye on that, because if that's a problem, that's going to be a big problem in mulching actually being something useful to us. On field 32, it was really bad. The mulching on there is awful, and it really wasn't worth doing. A few people did mention that in the comments of, I think it was a couple of videos ago, and yeah, it was not worth doing. The only reason I did it is because we were going to be doing the liming on there, and the liming was delaying everything. Next time we bale a field, I'm not going to bother mulching it because it's really not worth it. It does look to me like the tires of my tractor might be destroying the stubble ahead of me doing the mulching here. So yeah, if it is, that is a little bit extreme from the stubble mod that's installed on this map. I'm kind of hoping that it isn't the case, but we'll see when we actually come to look at the stubble map, or the mulching map, at the end of this. We are on our way back though, on our second pass, and yeah, it's going to take 3 passes in total to get all of this headland done. Lime spreader has run out of lime. Thankfully, I think we've had a lime delivery. I'll head back to the farm and check. But yeah, we've not got anything left in the shed, and looking at this, we're gonna need at least another 2 loads of lime in order to get this field fully done. We'll try and drive over places where we've already been in the stubble, that way we minimize the tracks. But yeah, at the moment this is still gonna cost a whack more money to go and get the whole field done. And yep, the seed and the fertilizer has all arrived. Wow, look at that amount. That's a huge amount. We've got 8 bags of fertilizer, 8 bags of seed, and another 14 bags of lime here. That is an incredible amount of stuff that's been delivered. But that's all right, because we are able to start loading it up. Does mean at the moment we're a little bit strapped for cash to keep this hired worker going, but it should be able to do everything. And we're gonna definitely be able to get into seeding field 33 in earnest. Does mean that going into the new year, we're gonna need a fair amount of money, because we're still gonna have more seed and more fertilizer to buy, I think. For now, though, there's enough here to keep us going, and we should be able to load all of this up with our JCB without too much issue. I'm going to have to move the seed and the fertilizer, though, because, of course, they're blocking access to our seeder at the moment, and we won't be able to get in here to get that hooked up while they're still placed there. That is all of the lime done, so that's good news. That's all filled up, and now we just need to go and spread the rest of this on the field. We do not have any money for a hired worker anymore, so I need to go and spread the lime here, and then we'll see where we are after that. Actually, let's turn the JCB off. I don't want that running too much. I have a feeling that we've just gone, well, we've just had a large cost because this lime spreader might just have gone over another hour on here, which is annoying because it means I can't get this going with a hired worker anymore. So we'll have to go and do the rest of the lime manually ourselves, and then finish off these headlands, and hopefully our windmills will bring in enough money over the next few hours to get us back to a point where we can hire stuff again, because I would really like to have a hired worker running this field. Get that little patch there. Then we want to run down here. I'm destroying so much of this at the moment. We really want to avoid doing that. And in fact, yeah, we want to be over here onto this line here, and away we go again. After all that, it looks like we only needed one more set of lime, or one more trailer full of lime to get this whole field done. We've still got 11% left, and we're on our very last row here. So we'll store the rest of the lime, because I do have fields that I think would be a good purchase, and we'll need to get something onto them. But yeah, this is looking good. We have got this field limed. Now we need to do is deal with the headland on what I think I'm going to start calling field 33A, which is this one here. There's one takeaway I have from today, is that this job has definitely taken longer than I expected. We have got the liming done, of course. Now we couldn't put the hired worker on it. We're still trying to get the money back from having sorted all of our seed and all of our fertilizer for at least 33A, and we've still got a lot of work to do as we head into the winter months. We are going to stay for another day in November. We've got to get the winter wheat in here, and it's going to be the last day we have to plant that, and then we're going to prepare for springtime, when we're going to get the canola and the spring barley in as quickly as possible. So it's going to be a little bit of leaping forward. I think we're going to use the pigs as well. We're going to have a look at the pigs and our chickens and see where they are. The pigs are definitely going to be the main money maker for us on the farm, especially over a 2-year period. I'm going to hold on to as many pigs as I can for as long as possible, and then we're going to do sell-offs when they reach about a year old, but we want to make sure that we have a good number of pigs on the farm to actually do that with. And our current set of pigs, our current breeders, will go for a few months longer yet. We need to get the good pig feed into them in the near future though, so we have that to do as well. That sunset with the farm silhouette out front is just amazing. This map is so gorgeous. I absolutely love playing on here. Every day is just such a great day and a beautiful place to be working. It really is. Look at that. And I'm so pleased with how the farm is going. It's not quite working as I expected it to, and we've spent a lot more money in this last couple of days than I expected to, especially on all this lime. We have got a decent store of that now, and if I can sell it, I will, because we could do with getting some money back for it. However, the rest of it is going pretty well. We are going to be in a position to get some crop in the ground in the winter, which is what we really want. Our rotation is beginning to shake out, so we're going to be doing some winter wheat, we're going to be doing some spring barley, and we're going to be doing some spring canola as well. And hopefully our combine will be able to handle all of this. The one downside we've got, of course, is that if we're doing bales on 2 of our 3 fields now, we are not going to get a lot of mulching off either of them. We'll just have to be a little bit more careful about exactly where and how we drive to sort the bales out. However, we now are coming to the end of 33A, mulching these headlands, which is great news. That means that 33A is now ready for us next time to go and do some baling, let's do some seeding, and get the whole field ready. Before we go though, I want to look at the mulching situation, and yeah, look at that. The whole of field 32, that just was not worth doing once we got the bales off there. Field 33A though, look at this headland where we've had to do a load of driving over it as well. So yeah, not good. I'm not expecting the bottom half of this to be great either. In fact, if we have a look at the situation, it shouldn't be too bad. If we get a hired worker to do this, I think we'll be okay. That should mulch pretty well, all things considered. So the rain coming along at this point is really, really horrible. You can see it's so dark at 9:05 in the morning. And this is just how bad this rain is. The big trouble we're going to have is the mud on the field. We're not going to actually be able to get on that field at all until A, the rain stops, and then B, we get a little bit of time for the ground to dry off. So I'm very hopeful that we might be able to get the wheat in today. It's probably going to be a work well into the evening as a result. So it's not hopeful, to be honest. And if that's the case, we're going to have a lot of stuff to plant come March. However, that's not the end of the world. We originally planned to put in some spring barley and some canola come the new year. And it'll just be a case of we'll have some spring wheat in as well. But obviously, I would prefer to avoid that if I could. In the meantime, VR Modding sent me a very kind update to this map. We now have manure in with the pigs. So this is an update to Moss Valley. We've got pig manure coming from all of them. I think we're going to put some straw in here today. We should be able to do that. And that will be really, really cool to be able to get manure in. And that way we can use some of our seeds in the garden and increase how much we've got coming out of the gardens. And I think the gardens are going to be an important part once we've sorted the pig food stuff out with them. Because we can then start them producing lettuces and bits like that. And as a result of that, start getting money in for garden crops as well. And not just be doing pig food all the time from them. Which would be massively useful. And that should help us to get that huge amount of money that we are still aiming for in the next year and a half. And I think my biggest worry is still that we're going to be a long way short of getting that £1 million that we need to pay off the loan on our farm. That is all of the feed into the pig food, though. Let's have a look at our mixer and see where we are. And we now have 16,000 litres. So I think we might get the bucket and go and tip a load into the pigs. Pigs themselves are looking fairly good. They're not too bad. They've got enough feed for now, but we can definitely get more in the bucket. Our chickens are looking great. What do we got? Oh, we do have some chicks. We've got 25 chicks in our chickens. So our chickens have already started to reproduce. Our pigs, their health is awful. And I don't know why. We need to put some straw in with them for today. But yeah, I don't know why our pigs aren't oh, in fact, I do know why our pigs aren't reproducing yet. They're not old enough. But I don't like that the pig health is that low. Got a pretty big bucket on the front of here that should allow us to get a decent amount of food. I think it's maybe 4,000 litres. Let's refill that. We want pig food, and yeah, it is 5,000 litres we have in the bucket. So 2 lots of 5,000 litres should go down very well into our pig feed. Let's load that in for them there. And with any luck, having decent pig food in there now should mean that all of our pigs start to be a lot healthier. And especially once we get the straw in there to help with their bedding as well. Second lot of pig food in. And that has them sorted. And if we have a look at our pigs, yeah, good amount of food in there. We've now got 11,000 litres, almost enough for a year. And the same in here, 10,000 litres. So a little bit more pig food and they'll be okay for a year. And we don't need to worry about anything else in that mixer. We can actually go and sell any remaining crops we have in there. And we can start the garden off working with the other stuff we want to produce from it to make us some cash. Final thing I want to do then this morning is to get the little tractor out, our Sabra. We'll just park the JCB here for now, block everything with it, and go and grab this because this has the little forks for the front of it, the manure forks, and we want to use those to go and move bales. So just trying to remember where I left those. They're apparently right beside us over here. This is going to be very dark today. It's so dark with all this rain. And I think once we got this job done, we're probably going to fast forward a bit and go to the afternoon. It is going to be a very small window to plant that field. And I'm glad that we actually have a decent sized planter to have a go with it. So our bales are down the side here. And I've had to move my trailers and things around a little bit. So the flatbed's at the end here now. My loading trailer for the pigs for when we start selling some is down the side of the building here. And let's just carefully try and move these without destroying the stack. Get those two on the front. And this little Zebra is great. I mean, that's so stable with 2 bales on the front. They are smaller bales. I mean, there's only 5,000 litres of bale here. I'm hoping that putting these in here. Yeah, there we go. That is where we put the straw in. And wow, that is not much straw. I don't know how much straw they'll take, but I think we're going to have to put a few stacks in here. Thankfully, we have no shortage of straw on the farm, and we'll be able to put plenty of straw in for our pigs. Big advantage of using this little tractor for this job is that it's smaller than the JCB, and so is able to get in there and actually get the bales from the side. The JCB would not have been able to stack these this way around either. So this is why we still have this around here. It's also going to be useful when we're trying to load up manure. We're not going to need a huge amount of manure for the gardens. And having just this little manure bucket on here will work much better than our giant grain bucket that we have for the pigs. I also don't particularly want to mix the contents of the grain bucket, which we're going to use for feeding, and collecting up the manure. So this is quite useful. We do have a manure attachment for the JCB, I think, in here somewhere. But at the moment, I'm not 100% sure where I've put it. I've tried to put 2 full stacks in. This is at 82 liters. That is full. So actually, that is really good. We now have 45,000 liters in there. So that is nowhere near 2 full stacks. In fact, that is only a stack and a half that we need to get in. So that's really good, because we've got that means we have half a stack. We can put the rest of that in there, and then we'll fill up the second one with about the same, and finish off cleaning out this end stack here. Yep, about a stack and a half. Perfect. This should be our last 2 sets of bales, so 4 more bales to go, and that will give us plenty of straw in our second pig shed. It's working really well, actually. We've got a floating bale there because I moved away too quickly, but that will be fine. And just back that out, give that a moment. Yep, and then just 1 more set of bales to go. Then it's done, and that's actually brought us up to 1 o'clock. It's been a fairly productive morning getting the pigs properly set up and fed, and hopefully a lot healthier. I was actually getting fairly worried about the pig health, and the fact that they are now properly strawed up, properly fed, and going is great. As I said, we do need to get about another 10,000 liters worth of feed sorted. So a little bit more, and I think we'll be all right. But that is the last of the straw in. Oh, and we're going to have to disconnect the front and reconnect it to get those off. Oh, there we go. So that should do that. And in fact, yeah, both pigs are now fully strawed up, and we should start to see some manure coming out fairly soon. Let's go and have a look at the one that's been running for longer. Yeah, there is a little bit of manure in there. I think I might have to, once I empty this out, just see if we can put some ground on there, because I basically upgraded the map. It is causing a little bit of an issue here. Yeah, we got manure in here, so this one is shared with this. I think we might just take the manure out of the other one. I need to move this bale. How much is in this bale? Just 211 liters. I bet we could put those 211 liters into the other pig pen. I bet it's used enough now, and then we'll be able to use up just the rest of this bale. That will go in there. Not quite, but it will use it up, and it won't be in my driveway then. Right, let's just lift the remaining, or the initial manure out of here. Just 32 liters, but I don't want that to be in my way while I do a little bit of cleaning. And by that, I mean we're going to grab a little bit of landscaping, we're going to do some painting, We're just going to use dirt if we've got a dirt ground here. Asphalt, concrete, dirt. There we go. And just take out the grass and the bush and everything in here so that we can actually see the manure in the manure area. Yeah, like that. And then just a couple of tire tracks and things in just to oh, actually no, we'll just do the whole thing. There we go. And then this should be able to go straight back in there, I think. Yeah, there we go. Nice little pile of manure. And that can keep going. And we're done with this little tractor. I've just got to wait for the rain to clear. So I just thought I'd have a look while we're waiting for the rain to clear at our crops and just see where we are. Now, the barley, the best price we're looking for is 680. We're expecting it around January. We are not there yet with any of the prices. However, the canola, the best price we're looking for is 1,312. Supposed to hit possibly next month, but 1,331 at both. Well, pig food production is mine. Whereas Carter Hall Grain Elevator is paying 1,331 for it at the moment. That is well above best price. So we're going to tag that. The rain has now stopped, but it's going to be a little while before that ground is dry. I think we should be heading off and trying to sell the canola. It would be nice if the price stayed stable till next month, and it doesn't seem to be dropping, but I do worry about whether we'll actually be able to do anything with it. Let's have a look at this field. Yeah, look at that. That is just a muddy mess at the moment. I think while we wait for that to dry, our best option right now is to go and tip some canola, get some money in at the best price, and see what we can make. Quite a long trek over here. So this is right at the top corner of the map. We've had to come all the way around. There's no main roads up here. It's all sort of back roads, dirt roads, coming up the right-hand side of the map. And with only 16,000, we'll see how this does. Every time I get back to the farm, I am going to try and see. Hook those up. Let's get this tipped and see exactly how much we make from this 16,500 liters. There we go, 21,000. We are gonna make over 100,000 selling this canola now. It's just, oh man, this is gonna be one of those things where the choice is gonna have to be, do we make the most money now from our canola and risk a late harvest next year, or do we get that harvest in, get those seeds in and go from there? In fact, I know what we can do. We can get that seeder going while we transport this. We can run a courseplay course. So let's get this hooked up. Can't believe the sunlight is fading already. I think this tractor is going to be going for a while on this field. Especially as I don't think things have dried out yet. I think we've still got pretty wet ground in here. This takes both the fertilizer and the seed. So I've grabbed my forks for the JCB and we can get this loaded up. We'll do it 2 bags at a time, the same way as we did for the lime last time. And in and up. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, this should take 2 bags, I think. The downside with doing this with the forks is that we have no idea exactly how much we have on our forks here. So let's just, whoa, carefully bring this across. And it's the back one that this needs loading into. Send it out. There we go. And fill up the back. And then we want to put into the front the seeds. In fact, yeah, that is still going to take more fertilizer. I thought that was the seeds, to be honest. But nope, that was the fertilizer. So we want more fertilizer, more seeds. And this will do a huge chunk of this field, I think. And it hasn't taken all of those bags. So we'll put these back in the shed, out the way. And snow! There's snow on the way tonight. Oh, man. Yeah, this wheat absolutely needs to go in. Otherwise, well, it's just going to cause all sorts of issues. In with the seeds now, and it looks to me like these two bags are going to come fairly close to filling that up. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, we could do putting a little bit more in there. I just want to make sure everything's full. But you can see even now the sun is setting, and it's going to be into the evening that this is doing the seeding. And well into the night, and oh man, we are not getting this rolled. We don't have a roller on the farm. Oh no, we do have a roller on the farm, so we could roll it, but it's not happening. There's no way I can get this field seeded and rolled today. I'm not even sure the ground is going to be dry enough to get it seeded even. This is a proper race against time to try and get this done now. And it's full. Let's back it off. And hope that we can something out of this now. Back into here. We will close up the cover. Bring this to here, and I want it to finish in this top corner. The ground is dry enough, which is great news. So let's set ourselves up a course. We want 2 headlands. We want I'm gonna go with smooth in the corners clockwise. We want to start work on the center, up, down, and generate me a course. Yep, that looks like it's going to work. Smooth, sharp, all right. Yeah, smooth in the corners will be fine. Right. Let's get this to work as the sun begins to set. Our last chance to get this done. And first waypoint. Unfold it. We can go and sell some canola as this works. But, oh, please get this in before the rain comes or the snow comes and the ground gets worse. Yeah, that is working away nicely. We'll leave that going and we will get some canola sold. Up for my second batch. It is getting so dark so quickly. I really don't know when that snow is due to fall, but it could just scupper everything right now. We've got this, though, here ready to unload. And another 21,000, I think. Yeah, there we go. 22,016. Rather worryingly, we're getting an environmental score penalty. So I need to work out why that is, because our environmental score shouldn't be that bad. This is our last full trailer of canola from the farm silo. We've got about 4,000 liters, I think, left in the silo itself. I don't know how much, though, I've got in the pig food mixer. And looking at it, we still got 11,000 liters of there. We've got 11,000 liters of pig food now. So, in fact, I think we can probably stop the production of corn. We can deactivate that. And I think we'll start creating some lettuces. So I'm going to activate lettuce production and we'll start making those. I want to increase the lettuce production with seeds and manure once we've got enough manure. But yeah, we'll start making lettuces now. They make nice big pallets, and we can get a good amount from those. That means what we have in storage for canola is 2,000 liters plus what we have in the pig food. That should make up one more trailer for us and take us over 100,000 for the first year's crop, which is utterly fantastic. It is really dark now, and here, even in the farmyard, I'm getting a little bit lost. The tractor is somewhere in the field there, but we can now fill this up with the canola in here. And we're done and can sell all of this off. 13,800 liters is the final amount of canola we have kicking around the farm. We have more than enough pig food, so we're good there. We'll take this now, go and get this tipped, and see how much we end up with. And our final total is 114,222. Fantastic income off the canola. So we'll be looking to improve on that next year because, well, we were down to like 60% on the previous year. And this year we should be much better. We should double how much we make from each field. So that is really good. We should get a very nice amount of canola off this year. And with that done, all that's left is our tractor in the field here, planting the crop. It's doing a cracking job at the moment and making it through it. I've no doubt that this will get finished before the snow starts to fall later in the evening. And even if the snow starts to fall, we'll be all right for a little while. For now, though, I think this is a good place for us to leave it for this one. And we'll pick it up in December. I'm going to get both of my medium-sized tractors working on these two fields today. I'm going to start off with this one here. I'm going to make sure. And we're going to put this one on the weeder. I think this will be the best setup. We also have GPS on this tractor. So this is the one I want to be using today. So we want to hook this up first and get that ready. The other tractor, of course, is the 8340, and we'll be able to put this on the butterfly mowers doing the mulching job, and we'll get this going with horseplay. It has served us fairly well, this tractor. The snow coverage and the clouds, though, at the moment are, again, making things pretty dark today. I'm not expecting this to actually settle, although there is a possibility. The temperature is not massively high, but we are looking at about a +3 as the maximum temperature. So it's very possible that we might be okay and actually able to get past this. I'm wondering if there's an entrance to my field down the bottom corner. Don't really want to risk it. We need to sort of get round the end here. There's definitely an entrance here. And we won't destroy any crop by going down this side at the moment. But is there an actual entrance to this field in this bottom corner down here? I think there's one to the other field, but I'm not sure whether you can actually get into this one down here. And looks to me like that might be the case. Yes, we do have an entrance down here. So this is the nice thing. Our field being split where it is, we are still able to get at this side of the field without having to drive through the existing field, even though it's a little bit of a long way round to do it. So let's do a course here. I want to do at least 3, maybe 4 headlands on here. Let's go with 3 headlands. We will do sharp turns in the corners because we want to get right into those corners. We want to do the center first. And yeah, the rest of that is all good. Generate me a course. And, oh, okay. So we have an issue here where it's recognized as it recognized the other field as a single field. This field, though, this side, it's not doing that. It thinks this whole field 33B is part of the whole of 33. So what we're going to do instead is we're now going to define a new course play course. So to do that, we are coming to draw custom field. Basically, the way to do that is deselect your tractor, deselect everything in the hired worker screen, and then you can draw a custom field. I am going to draw a point at that corner there with my right mouse button. Then we'll go into that corner there. And I'm going to do a very rough shape for the field as it is now. And hopefully that will give me a good amount of stuff to work with. We can then go in and adjust this in a moment. So there we go. Field done. We will save that. It's saved as CP1. But I'm going to click on it and we are going to rename the custom field. And we'll call that 33B. Okay. So that is now good on there. And now we want to edit the custom field. And once we're in here and editing it, we are able to move all of these points. So I'm going to move this single point here, which is at the end, put that in the same place as the one there. And we just then want to go around the field, check that all of these points actually sit right on the edge. And we can either move them one at a time like this, or we can go and move multiples with the advanced and select the first one, select the last one, and then pull a whole row of them in at once. So I'm just going to quick and swiftly move around the field. We'll get all of this lined back up, and then we'll be ready to go. And there we go. Having gone round all of the field, we are now ready to do our course. And it's quite useful that the weather has, in that time, not actually put any snow on the ground, which is really good. And you can see now it's recognizing 33B as the field. So we will generate a field work course for that. And that's done that almost first time. And starting and stopping at the same point as well. So our stop point is here. Our start point is over there. We will unfold this, turn it onto the blue so that we can actually see where it's going. And now we can get this field mulched, which will be great because then it is ready for getting seeded straight away come March, which is going to be perfect. I have not hooked up the PTO. And as soon as I do, there it goes. And that means we can get cracking with our weeder. So we're going to go and weed this field here. Everything's looking a little bit frozen. There's certainly some frost on this crop here. But that's all right. We are not trying to access the ground. We're just going to try and weed this instead. So we will turn on the GPS, line ourselves here, down with our weeder, and yeah, this is a hose, so this should easily get rid of all of the weeds we have in here. And with any luck, it will go fairly smoothly for us. Let's see. Do these weeds go? Yeah. They are going perfect, and we want to be on a 75-degree angle. Set our first waypoint, and then after a little while set our second waypoint, set the width, and away we go. It really is one of those days where it feels like we're not going to get much more done than the two jobs we're aiming to get done here. With any luck, it will get a bit brighter in a bit. We're not supposed to have the snow for too much longer, but the cloud cover really is not letting the sun get through too easily. I am quite pleased with how this tractor's performing with this. I mean, there's way more horsepower on this tractor than this weeder needs, and it seems to be handling it fairly well as a result, while our other tractor is continuing to go. And having GPS on this is a real boon. I'm so pleased that this farm came with a tractor with GPS on it. That is utterly fantastic. One good piece of news is after the work we did with the pigs last time, sorting out all of their straw and everything, you can see that we now have 100% health on them. They're looking much better. Both the German Landris and the Black Pied are now fully healthy. They are 25% of the way through reproduction, so not too long now until we have some piglets. I think we will probably end up with some piglets come the new year, which is fantastic news. We really want those pigs to start producing as quickly as possible. The weeds in this field are actually quite well grown, and this is a side effect of doing direct seeding, which is what we're doing on the farm. They grow to a medium size straight away, so you've got to deal with them with a hoe, which is what this piece of kit is. And if you don't do that, of course, they immediately grow into large weeds. So we needed to attack these now, get them out of the way. There was no guarantee that we would still be able to get at them later in the winter. Especially if we've got as much snow as we seem to be having at the moment. This is quite a hefty snowfall. We're fortunate in, as I said earlier, we've not got a cold enough ground at the moment for it to settle. So thankfully it looks like it's not going to settle today, and we might get all of this sorted. But there's no guarantee going further into winter that won't be the problem. That we may end up with a fresh fall of snow on the ground that just stops us doing jobs like this and the mulching. So we really need to clear these weeds out now before they become a problem later on. One thing that is good though is that the snow does not have the same effect as rain on the ground, so we're not getting incredibly muddy ground while we're trying to do this job, and that then is not causing us an issue, especially going uphill with this tractor. We could possibly have some crop destruction as well if we were going uphill like this and it was muddy and it started to slip. So I'm happy that the tractor is able to work in these conditions, and with any luck the sun will come out soon, preferably before it sets, as we work our way across here. We are probably about a third of the way now, and I am a little bit worried about the daylight. If it gets too dark and too cold, we will probably have to shift this to the 2nd day of December to get it finished. The forecast for the 2nd day of December is not looking any better, or for January either. In fact, only the 2nd day in January is looking like it's going to be clear. There's actually a good chance we might get this done today. We are nearly halfway through the field. It is 20 past 3, but we're moving at a fair old pace. It is 10 miles an hour downhill, 9 miles an hour uphill, and that's a good speed. The one thing that I'm not sure we will get done today, but is a little bit less required from us for the preparations, I mean something that we can do again later, is the mulching on 33B. We can get that sorted almost any time between now and planting the barley in the spring, so much less worried about that at the moment. Field 32 is ready for the canola when we're ready to plant that in March. So just getting rid of these weeds now, top priority, and I think we're gonna make it, even if the sun is dropping pretty rapidly right now. Coming up to 4 o'clock and it's getting pretty dark out. The lack of sunshine is really causing havoc for us. It's getting harder and harder to see the weeds. Thankfully, the GPS is keeping us on track, and I know I'm not missing anything while we're running that, but it's very hard to make sure that I am actually on the right track. And yeah, I think we're gonna have to move forward to the next day and see if we can't finish this job off. I'm really hoping the snow doesn't settle, because if it does, then this is going to be a bit of a bust. I can work into the night. I'm umming and erring about this, you might be able to tell at the moment, but with that sunlight going, with the ability to see what I'm doing fading fast, I'm not sure we're best served by continuing on into the evening. But at the same time, with the forecast what it is tomorrow, there's a good chance that this field will be under a layer of snow and we won't be able to get at these weeds. It is getting very hard to see where these weeds are now. So yeah, we're gonna pack it up for the night. We're gonna pray that this snow doesn't settle. And if it does, well, we'll have to deal with these weeds later on. For now, I cannot see with any great ease what I'm doing. So we'll lift this up and we'll get it folded. We'll go park this up in the shed. I'm not going to disconnect anything, and we'll get the mulcher to come home in a bit. But I'm going to move on to the next day, and we will see if we are fortunate or whether a layer of snow on the ground is going to cause us a whole load of issues. Well, it's 10 a.m. the next day, and the mulcher is back out working, and it's great. We've got no snow on the ground. We've got no snow in the air. We've got sunlight. We can finish this job off without too much hassle. So I'm going to get back out here with this weeder. We will be able to get onto our crops. We do have a little bit of a frost on the crops, which isn't great, but they should be all right. We're not going to be doing anything particularly hefty on them. I just need to work out exactly where I need to get back into this field, and it's a little bit further around the corner, and I can actually see a pile of weeds here. Looks like there's a load of weeds. The angle I'm coming at it from, this is the row that I want to be getting at these weeds from. So get back on our GPS course, unfold the weeder, and yeah, with any luck, the frost on these won't damage it too much with our weeder running over and getting rid of the rest of these weeds. It would be nice if everything warmed up though. Having moved on to the next day, it does look like the barley has also reached best price. We're looking for 680 or above, and we're actually getting 695 at the Moss Valley Bakery. So we'll tag that, and that is over that way. So not too far from the farm. And once we've got this job done, we'll start getting the barley sold as well, and see if we can get ourselves even more money to help fund the farm going into the new year. Now that a little bit of sun has got on the field, everything's defrosted a bit and looking a little bit greener. This has gone from a very dark, very cold look to quite a nice warm winter's day. I say warm, it's only 3 degrees out, but it's warm enough. The mulcher is making really good progress through the other field as well. We can see where it is now. It's itself is about 2/3 of the way through maybe. So by the time we've sold the barley today, I'm expecting that to have fully mulched that field as well. And for once, it looks like we might be a little bit ahead of the curve and actually have things back on track on the farm. This is the last row before we need to do the headlands. And I think I missed a bit just back there a little bit. So we'll sort that out. But now I need to head over to the right-hand side. So the northern place of the field, northern part of the field over this way, and we'll work our way back around this headland here and get all of these weeds that we've got kicking around the headland, and then we'll be able to come back and get the trailer and get the barley sold, get ourselves some more money in. And I think we're after 1 year, I think we're in a really good place. We are nearly a 10th of the way there to paying off the loan. Well, actually, we're over a 10th of the way there to paying off the loan. Just off the really fairly rubbish harvest we had this first year. And after we've got most of the materials we need to get the second year up and running. So, yeah, this is a really good place for us to be in. And there we go. That is field 33A weeded and done. Fantastic. That means we can drop this off the back here. We'll fold it up. Drop it off the back and go and grab the trailer. We'll do the carting with this tractor this time. And that way we can go and get all of our... squeeze that in there. All of our barley sold. Get the money in for that. And we will be set going into the new year. I'm actually going to start with the remaining barley we have in the pig feeder. So let's reverse this up over here. We shouldn't be in... Yeah, we shouldn't have a problem with pig feed. We only have about 8 months before we have more crops in. So we should be fine for that. So let's refill. I love how this acts as a silo as well. It's really, really useful for that. So if you have excess crops in there, you can actually go and sell them and make the extra money you need. I was tempted to buy some more pigs with our money this year, but I think at the moment we'll see how it goes. We might buy some a little bit later, but right now I don't really have the feeds to deal with them. So let's fill the rest of this trailer with some more barley, and we'll head off and we'll go and get it all sold. We've got nowhere near as many liters of barley as we had canola. And we should be able to squeeze around the back of the bakery here, I think. Oh, might be wise, actually, to buy the bakery. I'm just wondering. We're not going to make a huge amount of money off this, but we might be able to make a lot more money off the bread. 50,000 to purchase this, and the bread sells for 3,000. So next year, end of next year, we could have a lot of bread. I think this is a good purchase. 50,000 to over triple our money. Yes. Okay, it's purchased. We need flour to make the bread. Why does this take... Does this not take grain? That's really weird. So prior to this, it took grain. It doesn't anymore. So can we not tip this here? No, we can't. Yeah, no capacity for barley. That's really weird. And if we look at the barley prices now, Moss Valley Bakery, tag it. That's where we are, isn't it? Moss Valley Bakery. I don't know why it says it takes it and it doesn't. That's so odd. I think with that mess up, we're going to have to find somewhere to place a mill around the farm, or even see if we can find out where the mill is on the map and buy that. We still have 73,000. The only way we're going to make a huge amount of money on here and pay off this loan is by increasing the value of our crops. And we need to do that by actually modifying and putting our crops through a production. So I'm going to find that out. We will have the mulcher finished, and we might even jump forward to March after this. I've skipped forward a couple of months then. We were last in December. Not much going on in January and February on here. We'd already sold all the stuff we could. We had a little bit of a mess up with the bakery. My understanding is that the bakery should have taken the barley, and that is something that will probably change in a future update to this map. But at the moment, the map doesn't take barley in there. Oh, we could have done with just a single seed bag. We're all right. We've only got, well, we had a half full seeder left over from the end of last year. So we're only putting in sort of half of the seed, but I'm using 2 bags at a time because that's what we have sitting around. We've got 2 fertilizer bags over there, so let's go grab those. And we're gonna set the canola being seeded with a hired worker. We'll get the course play running on there while we go and check out a new addition to the farm. You probably saw it in the intro, and that is the windmill. You can just see it over the pig barn there. Had to spend a load of time trying to work out where that was to go. It's by Omatana, the mod, and it is just a simple windmill. It was 20,000. I think we ended up spending somewhere in the region of about 24,000 to actually get it in. Lining these up. There we are. That's both of those in. So it wasn't too bad, wasn't too expensive. We've not started the flour production in it yet, and we are going to do automatic delivery of the flour to our bakery, so that will all be handled logistically separately rather than us running back and forth all the time. That way we should be able to get everything going fairly easily across our 2 productions there without a huge amount of running back and forth. This tractor is going to be doing this. We're hoping to get this rolled in today as well. So the plan very much is to get this all set up and going and rolled in. Let's see if we can't get this to finish in this corner over here. Nice and easy place to stop, and also ends up with hopefully getting a sort of a nice straight edge up to this point. So bring this up to here, stop that there, and then we will generate a course in 32. I'm amazed actually at how similar these 3 fields are. We'll go through that in a minute. Basically same settings as last time. So generate me a fieldwork course, and that is actually going a little bit of a weird angle. I actually want it to go longest edge, I think. So generate that. And that is going up and down the field, and actually is a fairly square setup, so I'm liking that a lot. Let's just have a clearer look at that, and yeah, that is a much straighter setup. Going down the hill, but that's not a huge problem. We are avoiding all of the windmills though, which have brought us in quite a bit of money. I mean, most of the money we ended up spending over the winter to get the windmill set up and everything has already come back to us from the windmills. So the windmills are really good. It's a really nice addition to start with on this farm. Has us going quite nicely. So we'll line this up here. We want to do that. And I want to go first waypoint. We've got canola selected, so away goes our seeder. And in a bit, we'll have canola in this field, and nicely on time as well. And that means I can turn my attention to our productions and our other bits and pieces we've got around the farm that we need to get running. So let's start off with the windmill, and actually putting a road going from here to the windmill would probably have made sense. But instead, I put the road in coming off here. So we built it on this area up here. It's a really nice sort of area that stands up. Managed to do it without destroying the road around the bottom, which is great. Plenty of space here for everything to work. So into our windmill, and we are going to be creating barley flour from this. We've got barley flour. Before we do that, though, I want to change the output mode to distributing, and that will distribute it to our other area. This does pig food? No. Does this do... Oh, no, look. Ah, wow. Okay. So if we were to do... we could do barley flour that creates pig food as well. We're not going to do that. I want to create as much as I can. But that's amazing. So that does barley flour, does 23 plus 7 pig food. We're going to generate pig food from here as well. Probably won't generate as much pig food as we do from our main mixer. But any extra pig food is fantastic. So we'll activate that. I did not even know that this windmill did that. And look at that. Our windmill now nicely turning as it's creating flour for us. Oh, I don't want this. Oh, no, we want it to spawn. So the pig food will spawn here, and we can just take it round. That's perfect. So the other thing I need to do today is we've got to take care of our garden. To do that, I don't want the JCB, actually. I want to grab this, the 7640 little Zebra. So we'll get into gear. And out we bring this. We're going to use our manure fork on this. We're also going to use its towing ability, obviously, to get the water in as well. I could get the automatic distribution stuff for the garden, but I don't think we need it. I'm quite happy actually doing a load of this manually. And we've got a few bits and pieces, of course, that are automatic. And I prefer, I think, to do them manually on this case. Right. Let's come in here, see if we can pick up a load of manure. Yeah, and it'll take a few goes with this, but this is exactly what we want from the pigs. We want to get them producing some manure and filling up the garden, get the garden producing extra crops, because with manure and seeds we'll be able to do that. And then... we'll be making a whole load of extra money. Look at all of that lettuce that was produced over the winter. We're already looking like we're going to make a nice bit of extra cash from the garden while we go towards next year's harvest, ready to fill our pig feed mixer again, and make some more food for our pigs, which should be absolutely fine until then. Emptied that one. Let's go and empty the other one. I'm really of two minds about this little tractor at the moment. It's useful for doing stuff around the yard like this, but we do have all of the implements that we use for this tractor. We also have versions of them for the JCB. And it does make me wonder from time to time whether this is a tractor that we need to keep around the farm. It is obviously costing us to keep it, and we do need to keep it maintained. But I suppose actually it's useful for towing trailers and bits and pieces. And yeah, just sort of a useful little bit to have on the farm. And at the moment, it's doing a grand job of this. I'm wondering if it's something that we want to get a pair of pallet forks for. Yes, we've got the pallet forks on the JCB that would handle this, but I'm fairly sure this could tow our trailer and would be quite useful for doing deliveries as well. Interestingly, I think there might be a lip in here. Let's just have a quick look. Ah, there's a floating collision in this. That's really interesting. So I was getting stuck on stuff, and yeah, what I was getting stuck on was the floating collision that's there. I think that's got something to do with the icon, I think, because it's not something the tractor gets stuck on. It's just something that the actual front loader gets stuck on. We got to keep that in mind then. We don't want to get that too full and then not be able to get all of the manure out of it. We'll keep an eye on it, make sure that that doesn't cause us a problem. However, this is the last of the manure that needs to go in, and I think we've got somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 litres of manure in this garden now. Yeah, we got just under 5,000 litres of manure. So what I want to do is get some seeds in here, and then we'll do seeds and manure. And with 48 water, 1 seed and 5 manure, we can create 64 lettuce, and that is opposed to our current thing of 2 water per 1 lettuce. So that's much better on the water usage. And we should have a spare 1,000 litres of seed to put in here to match up to the 5 manure. I just realised I've been putting my front loader tools all over that way here. I think they might actually work to be placed over here a little bit better. Nice and out of the way. So we'll drop that off the front. And then I want to go and find my big bag loader, because that will then allow me to know exactly how much seed I have in the bag I'm picking up and how much is left. So control this a lot better. There we go. I'm wondering, actually, I should have a rear weight on this to offset things, but I wonder if we can put wheel weights on the rear wheels of this tractor. So let's see if we can actually put some wheel weights on this. That will make this much more useful. Customize. And we've got wide tires on at the moment. Do we have... maybe not on this. What about with the Trelleborg? No, looks like we can't put any wheel weights on this at all. That's a pity. So we won't make any changes to that. We'll just hope this works. And if it doesn't, I think we might have to buy a weight for it to make it work. Now, one of these bags of seed has a lot less seed in it. That one. Let's hook that up. It's only got 100 litres in. That is not going to cut it. So we'll try and even things up a little bit with this one. Now, this should have 2,000 litres in it. No, it only has 1,000. That is perfect. That is all we need right now. So we can put all of this into the garden and get our lettuces being made with seeds and manure rather than our lettuces being made with just water. Empty out all of the seeds. And before I start it, actually, what we do want to do is hook up our water trailer and get some more water into here. So hook that up, refill it, and this does cost us money. Yes, I think. From what I saw, now there is a free hose pipe you can add with the gardens as well, but we don't want to do that. I would rather pay for the water. Otherwise, that is just us generating free income all the time. And we're already doing enough of that with the windmills. And that is a full water trailer. Doesn't actually seem to have charged me anything for it. I thought that did charge me. A little bit weird. I was sure that charged me last time. It hasn't. I know actually something that does charge us for water is the animal pens. I do know that is a thing. So that might be where I've got that idea from. Let's empty this out though. And actually, this is a good reason why I'd like to use manure and seeds then. If we're not paying anything for the water because we're getting it from our own borehole, then it makes sense that instead we sort this out with payment of seeds and, of course, using the manure from our pigs to do it as well. We'll park this up over here. And I might put a second one in, I think. While that refills, just checking in on the 8970, and yeah, it's doing a great job. We have used a fair amount of fertilizer so far, but it is about a third of the way through the field looking at this. Let's enlarge that map. Yeah, we're about a third of the way through the field, so that's not too bad. It's used about a third of the fertilizer for being about a third of the way through the field. I think we're going to have to refill that. Looking at this with the canola, though, I don't think we're going to have to refill the seed. That is only 8% for as far as that's got so far. Nice full water tank has worked again. Just pack it in. We actually could unload it a lot earlier, but to be honest, I like to back all the way in because it's easier when we're coming out the other side. And I think we're full. Yeah, there we go. 27%. Yeah, so that is full. I'm actually going to park the trailer this way around this time because we are filling up with those fairly quickly. So we'll leave this here, unplug that, and we'll go put this tractor away because I think we're done with this for today. In fact, there is one other job I need to do, and I need to find somewhere to put it. And that is, we are in desperate need of a pressure washer. I don't know where is going to be the best place to put it. No, I do know where it's going to be the best place to put it. I mean, it's got a bit of a runoff down here. But I think on this corner here is going to be the best place to put it. So let's take a step back. And we've got two pressure washers. We've got my favorite is the Stahl. I like using this one all over the place. So I'm just going to put this by the workshop here. Oh, no, overlaps with another object. Yeah. Oh, no, there. Perfect. Right there. That does us. And somebody did comment that I need to wash my equipment because, yeah, my tractors are getting pretty dirty. And as we got the opportunity, I think now is the perfect time to do it. Nice and clean. It's going to get muddy the moment I try and go and park it in the shed because our shed is right next to a big patch of mud. I'm going to get the roller out ready to start rolling field 32, I think. I don't like how close the crop is to the side of the road here. I am almost certainly going to end up destroying some crop driving over it here. And I would also really love, I think, to knock down the cow barn down here. It's not a huge amount of use to me, and it kind of gets in the way. Might try and give that a try between episodes, see if it actually is doable. But it'd be nice to have some extra storage or an extra barn or something down this way. The Cedar has quite a head start, but we have a lot more width on our roller here. And away we go. Actually, it's going to be very obvious where we've been and where we still need to go. Bit of a fight uphill with this roller and this tractor. I'm slightly surprised by that, but it's pulling it. It's not absolutely struggling, but it is still not having the best of times with it. Despite the fact that I think we're going slower than the Cedar, I think we are actually catching it up still. There's not a huge amount of distance between the two of us at the moment. The uphill struggle on this, though, really is kicking in and causing issues. On the other hand, I am currently looking at field 25. Is there anything seeded in there, or is that a grass field? This is grass. Okay, but I think this would be a really good field for us. I think we could possibly get another crop out. We'd have options if we did that as well. We could go with something like sorghum or something like that for a late crop to be put into it. So I'm intrigued as to what we could do in field 25. My only question is, how is it for soil quality? Let's do a purchase. That makes it a must-have. 113 with well over half of it being loam. Yeah, I think we might have to buy that and put another crop in there. Look at the speed that tractor's coming down the hill as we crawl up it at 4 miles an hour. Going up and down the hill is not the greatest way to really work this field. But in all honesty, going across it is just going to be so much more fiddly. Our flour has started to come through to the bakery. We've got 1,500 liters. So I am going to start that, activate that, and yeah, it'll start spawning bread in there, ready for us to sell later in the year. You can see here why field 25 would be so good for us. There's a little roadway down to it at the bottom here. Makes it easy to access from our farm, and therefore a very farmable field for us. Just hope, oh no, I was gonna say, I just hope we have the time, but if we put something like sorghum into it, that doesn't plant till April. So we could get this field and field 33B seeded and rolled by the end of March, and then get the sorghum in on field 25 by end of mid-April, and that would sort us nicely. We'd then be in a position to go and be into the harvest without much hassle, and we'd have an entire extra field. Looks like though our seeder has run out, and I think it's probably gonna be of the fertilizer. Yeah, it's fertilizer, so let's go grab some more of that. And that definitely means we are gonna have to buy more fertilizer and more, well, we're probably gonna need more seeds if we do another field, but we're definitely gonna need more fertilizer now because we do not have enough. Whoa, we don't want to go through that field. We do not have enough to do our other fields, especially with the amount that's going through. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have enough to get this field finished now. I don't know how much there is in this, but it doesn't look like a huge amount. Let's see exactly how much it is. It's going in. A fair amount of it is going in. Oh, actually, that didn't look like that much. 237 liters is not going to be enough to finish this field. So I've now gone from expecting to have this finished today to actually going, this is not going to get finished today. We're going to end up rolling, I think, as close as we can. But that is not enough fertilizer on this loam that we have on here. We've got sandy loam at the bottom, but it's loam up the top. And that is eating up the fertilizer like nothing else. So I'll have to get some more fertilizer ordered. I'll have to get some more seeds ordered, and then we'll be able to get this field finished and hopefully the barley in on the far side before, I think, purchasing field 25 and getting some stuff in there. That fertilizer really didn't last long. The seeder is already empty again. I think it got the rest of that row up the field, turned back and started going the other way before it ran out. We're probably going to get half a dozen bags sent to us. That should certainly finish what we're on now, plus what we're going to have to do with the barley getting seeded. And as I get back up to the top end of the field, I've rolled pretty much everything I can roll for today. Bring that in, and yeah, that will do that for today. We'll fold this up. That, having got this rolled as much as we can, that is going to buy us some time tomorrow morning in order to do some bits and pieces. I think we want to grab field 25, get that done, we should have a whole load of fertilizer. I was going to say seed, but a whole load of fertilizer arrive in the morning as well. So that should be here by the time we start. And then we'll get the seeding finished on 32. We'll move on to 33B and hopefully get that seeded and rolled tomorrow as well. Although considering how long it's taken to get 32 done, that's a little bit weird. We'll want to get 25 scanned and hopefully all set up ready to do something with that in April. So we're loading up the seeder here with some fertilizer. I don't know if that will be enough to get the whole thing filled. Let's just jump in here. No, we don't, but we do have enough to get the field finished. So what I'm gonna do is get this going and moving on that. We did get a load of fertilizer delivered. So if I spin this round here, we need a little bit more speed. There we go. We can see we got 4 more bags, so we got 6 bags of fertilizer delivered. I want to get this finishing off this field, and then we can get back out here with the roller and finish off rolling this field and get on to field 33B, because there is only a limited time available to us. It is the 2nd day of March, and we need to get both of these fields seeded and rolled. So nearest waypoint and go from there. That should work fine. And then in the meantime, we want to purchase field 25. This is going to be a really good field for us. So let's bring this up and purchase that. Really nice at 72,000. So we've got 4,000 left. Let's buy that. Yes. And then I don't know if I still have leased. No, I don't still have the field scanner leased. So we need to go and get that leased as well. And then we'll have to head up to the shop to pick that up. So we will get the details on that. Get that leased, which will be cheaper than getting the field scanned. And we'll head up and go and get it collected. So up to the top here, we've only got 2,835. As long as we keep this below about 10 scans, I think we'll be all right. This little Ford is perfect for this. I was umming and ahhing about this last time, but yeah, this little tractor is absolutely perfect. Let's get that up. Whoa. And I've actually unfolded it. I meant to lift it off the ground. Yep, there we go. Purchasing the field has left us with very little cash. We've only got about £3,000. That is still going up, though, thanks to our windmills. So we should be able to recoup that money fairly quickly. But ideally, I want to keep the cost of this job and getting these scanned down to a minimum. If we can get it done in 10 scans, that would be absolutely perfect. So let's get this up here and see exactly what that is going to give us. Unfold it. And yeah, can we get this done in 10 scans? Actually, it'll cover a huge amount of the field fairly quickly, this. So I don't think it's going to be too bad. I think we're actually going to be able to scan this fairly easily and fairly quickly. And if it's within 10, that will be even better. Interestingly, there's an entrance up in this top corner. I'm wondering if we could actually buy the next field over and put a roadway down the bottom or down the side of this field. Also going to have quite a bit of overlap here, I think, to get this corner properly, which slightly annoys me, but yeah, it's not great, but it will work. And it's probably going to get a little bit of the other field. I don't know. Nope, doesn't look like it. Right up to the edge. I think we're going to be okay. It's going to be the next one that is going to be tough. So we'll move up here and try and cover as much of this as possible so we can get into that top corner. This is a very weirdly shaped field. We're getting close to the end of scanning the whole field, and I think my biggest worry right now is that we are going to have a problem with lime on here and going to need to actually spread lime. We don't have the lime spreader anymore. We do have plenty of lime to do it, so I had prepared for that. But it's very probable that we won't have the money to get a lime spreader, which worries me greatly. I think that is the whole field done, though. We'll have a quick check. Oh, there's one tiny patch in the middle of the field that we haven't scanned. How many scans is that total? It is 14. So I am going to do just one last scan. We'll take that to 1,500. That's half of our remaining money. Make sure that we have covered everything, and then we will send these off. So yeah, send them off to the laboratory for analysis, and we've just got to wait till that comes back. In the meantime, we'll get this back to the farm and head off. In fact, there we go. It's already done. And there, top end of this field is all loam, and the bottom end is all sandy loam, as we have on field 32. So now we just need to see, do we need to raise the pH on it? pH level is not great, but won't take a huge amount. It's sitting at about 5.75. So we need to raise that. Nitrogen is poor as we expected, but we can sort that while we're seeding it. And then everything else, yeah, we're going to be expecting a standard and a low seed rate. So pretty much exactly what we've currently got on field 32. With our seeder on the headland now, what I want to do is switch tractors to the roller. We'll get this field rolled in and get started on seeding 33. Then when we've finished rolling here, we're going to have to get this tractor rolling on 33B as well, because otherwise we are just going to run out of time to get everything done. Where's this up to? This came actually up to this top corner. I think we can just unfold here and start on this bit. And yeah, the whole field will be ready to roll by the time we've done a couple of strokes on here, which is brilliant. I'm really going to be really happy to have this finished. I am still really worried about whether we can get all of the barley in on 33B though. That is going to be quite a push today, because it's already 20 to 11. Something I didn't check, and I'm actually pretty happy about, is whether field 25 needs plowing, and we are safe on there, so that is not going to be a problem. Seeder's coming up to the top end of the field here, just as we're coming up here with the roller. So that is going to want to finish in the corner. I'm hoping that we're not going to be in the way where we are here. Back this up a little bit just in case. No, I think that is going to finish there. And that's actually pretty good timing, because now with that done, I just need to pop around the field quickly and fill up any areas where it's missed. There's a couple of places I know that it's missed. And then we'll get it moved on to our next field, which of course is 33B. So I've gone around, cleaned up all of the patches around the field that course play missed. And we're down to just 9% fertilizer and 62% seed. Let's switch over to the sorghum. No, in fact, no, we want to switch over to the barley first. So we're going to be doing barley in this field. And we'll get up. We'll get refilled with the JCB here. We'll open that up. And yeah, we're going to need at least a couple more bags of fertilizer. And then we should be able to get at least a bag or two of seed in here as well. This is not the right angle to get at this from. This is not the angle we unloaded these from. And you can see that because we're struggling to fit in between us, the shed, and the bags. But we got them. So let's get this refilled. And then we'll go and start on the field. I am concerned that these 6 bags may mean that we're going to have to buy more fertilizer to do field 25 when we come to it. Buying the field itself is all well and good, and getting all the fertilizer into this is, and it all scanned and all of the lime on it, and it is all well and good. But if we don't have enough fertilizer and enough seed to get the field set up properly, it's going to end up being a little bit of a lemon and more of a money sink this year. Can't get that off. There we go. That's got it off. Right. Just need some seed now. Give that a top up, and then we should be able to get this going. And it's already, wow, it's already 20 past 12. I'm hoping the added daylight we get at this time of year is going to mean that we do actually get all of this done today. There we are. Oh, no. That pallet of lime at the front is right in my way. We had so much lime left over. I'm slightly annoyed. I said, oh, I bought £30,000 worth of lime. Yeah, we did not need £30,000 worth of lime. I'm hoping there's enough seed in this to top things up. Just enough to keep going. We're not going to use a huge amount of seed on the other end of this field. Wow, there wasn't a huge amount in that. How much are we up to? I think for now we should be all right. It's the fertilizer, as I said, that's worrying me, not the seed so much. We got 2 more bags of seed, so we should be all right with that. I really just want to go and get this started, though, because, wow, time is running out so badly right now. And on my way down here, I have actually realized something. We should be naming these fields in the same way as our naming conventions work for our tractors. So for things like number plates and things, we have patrons and channel members get a chance of being picked at random for that. I think we should do the same for the fields. So I've been calling this 33B, but I think we should name this field at random from the patrons and channel members. So coming into here and selecting our custom field here of 33B, I'm going to pick a name at random, and we're going to name the field that. And picking someone at random, congratulations to GamingFFC. We're going to name the field after you. So field 33B is now called GamingFFC. So now that we're down on GamingFFC, let's get this field set up. We want to finish down at the bottom corner here, or the top corner here near the gate. We'll close the gate so the tractor doesn't hit it, and come into here, bring this up, clear the existing course, and let's grab a brand new course. So generate me a fieldwork course for this, and yeah, again, that is looking pretty good. We've got a nice long start, and we're starting in this corner, so starting right near where we're finishing. That there. Oh, and starting in that direction as well. So let's open this up, and then we'll get this done. So I need to get my courses or my custom field set up for my other fields and name those too. Starting here, first waypoint, and away we go, getting the barley in finally. So before we can get back to doing field 25 and getting that sorted, we need to do one more. Well, actually, will this do the whole width down here? If it'll do the whole width at the top, It might do the whole width at the bottom. I think our best bet is going to be to see how far down here we can actually get doing the whole width, and then start at that point. So I reckon about here-ish is where we want to start doing the overlap. So we're going to go the other way around the field to the cedar, and yeah, this will give us some overlap coming down to here, and we'll finish then in the bottom corner down here. And yeah, that will be everything rolled in here, and we can set this tractor up then, hopefully following the cedar. It's going to do the other field. It's going to do GamingFFC quite quickly. So I've misjudged a little bit in some of these areas, and I'm going to have to go round most of the field twice, I think, in order to make sure that we catch everything. That's not the end of the world, but it does mean I'm not going to finish where I thought I was going to. I'm probably going to end up finishing up this top corner instead. Not a problem by any stretch. Does delay things again, just that little bit though, and I'm not overly happy about that. But it is what it is, and in order to actually get all of this field rolled, we're gonna need to go round and do everything, and make sure we do get everything covered. What I am gonna have to do though, I think, is work well into the evening here, because I don't think we're actually gonna get all of that barley done anywhere near by 5:30. It's already 2:30, and looking at how far our tractor is on the map, yeah, we're not that far into the field at all. And immediately having said that, we have a brand new problem. The rain is on the way, so that is going to scupper working well into the evening. We just won't be able to do that. It's just going to be so wet and muddy that it just makes it impossible. I don't know what we're going to be able to do. I think I'm just going to have to work as much as I can and get as much in. Thankfully, I think we can get the barley in tomorrow as well. The difference is we need to make sure that whatever we plant today gets rolled, and probably end up with half a field that's ready before the other half. Other than a couple of little patches I've missed, that I think is everything rolled on here. We do have that problem with the rain from 6 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But this field here, if we have a look at what needs rolling, yeah, other than a few patches dotted about the field, we are all good. So we'll get this down to 33B and get to this all sorted, then start rolling. I think what we'll have to do is we'll have to see what our wind turbines generate overnight, and maybe we'll be lucky enough to actually have enough money to get the lime spreader. Failing that, we have quite a few lettuce ready to sell now, and I don't know what the price of those is at the moment. That cedar is actually making really good progress on this field. So I'm going to set this up to be a course play on here as well. Quite muddy in that gateway. And we'll set it up with the same setup really as the other tractor, except we will set it with a single headland, which should do the trick. Burst that up. Right. And into here, new course with just one headland, single tool. We want round in the corners, and we want longest edge. Generate me a fieldwork course, and yeah, that's looking pretty good. Oh, but it's starting in that corner, not this corner. We want to be going the other way, counterclockwise. Generate that. And that then is starting on that corner. There's no way I can get this to start where I want it to. We're going to have to wait in order to actually get this field done. That is really annoying. We've got over £4,000 in the bank now thanks to our windmills. So I'm heading up to the shop to see if we can actually lease a spreader for the lime. If we can, that would be really useful right now. Get that job done and out of the way as well. So let's just pull up into here and then we can go and grab that spreader. Now going for the cheapest that we can, well, do any of these spreaders? That spreads lime, that Bruns, that holds 8,000 to 9,000. Oh, actually, this might be a really great little spreader for us to get right now. Leasing cost me 1,249. In fact, yeah, this is perfect for us right now. So we need to pick someone for the license plate for this as well. And congratulations, Peter Turner. You've been selected again for the number plate for this. So we'll go back only and okay. Which is actually quite funny because I think that's the number plate that's on the tractor at the moment as well. So let's lease that piece of equipment. Yes. And then I'm just going to go back out and check. I think that is the number plate on the tractor. No, it's Jason. Jason is on the tractor at the moment. But yeah, Peter Turner, you are on the back of here. And you will be on the spreader for the lime for today, which is already coming up to 5 o'clock. Oh man, this is I think the barley, like the wheat, isn't going to get rolled. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't, but of course it would be nice to get that little bit of a boost. Let's bring this in and get it loaded with some lime. I don't know how much lime we're going to need. I don't think it's going to be a massive amount to get this field done. What would be nice would be to get this done though, and then go in and get the rolling started. See if we can actually get that field of barley seeded and rolled. That way we can just go in and do all the weeding tomorrow. Meanwhile, the field 25, we should be able to turn around and just get the seeder straight on it. So long as we have enough seed and enough fertilizer to get that field done. That is the only thing I'm worried about at the moment, is the level of seed and fertilizer we're going to need, and whether we will have enough. On here though, I think we're going to be all right. I think working into the evening, hopefully the rain won't be too much of an issue, and we can finish things off and get it all done. Let's back this out, get this loaded up, and I don't know how many more bags this will take. It might take quite a bit. This has taken almost all of our remaining lime. We've got 2 bags left in the shed, plus probably about half a bag each from these. Now, whether this will be enough to get this field done, we'll find out in a moment. I'm hoping so, because that's quite a lot of lime in here. 8,000 litres. We'll turn the beacons off, and yeah, we want to head down the road here and start getting this spread. With any luck, this will be enough to get this field done. I'm hoping so, because it's already 5 to 6 and we are expecting the rain any minute. It's just turned 6 o'clock. We're into the field. And I don't think... Yeah, there we go. PTO wasn't attached. Let's open this up. Like so. And away we go. Any luck, this is going to start getting some lime out. It's not. And I think it's because this is grown grass. It's growing grass, but it's not grown. But we can't do anything with this until we've actually got it harvested. So yeah, this year we can't put the lime on here because we would need to either cultivate this and then lime it, or harvest it and then lime it, and that's another step that I don't really want to do. So we'll park this up in the shed along with the other lime, and we'll have to do this after this year's harvest. That is just a little bit annoying. And as I get back up to the farm, the rain has started to fall, so I want to get the lime we've got here under cover. Let's back the JCB out, and we'll head down to the field of the barley and get we'll try and get that seeded and rolled tonight. We need to get at least that win done. It is very annoying. Things have not gone quite to plan today, and I should have known better. I should have known that we wouldn't be able to actually get that field limed when it was growing. Disconnect all that. We have got 2 bags of seeds now stuck behind, but we'll have to sort that out later. But yeah, I'm gonna head down to the to 33B. We'll go and get that field sorted and seeded and rolled, and then next time we will sort out field 25 and getting that seeded with some sorghum, even though we're not going to get the maximum yield out of it. Before we can get started on the mulching this morning, though, we need to start sorting out the weeding on fields 32 and GamingFFC. So we're gonna try and squeeze in here, grab the weeder. We'll start on field 32 and get that going. So back this up carefully into here, like so, and then do that. And yeah, this should work fairly easily for us. The 8340 is absolutely suited for this job, and neither of these fields are too far grown, having both been planted last month. So we'll unfold this. We will set this as actually we'll set this as the starting point to get it to do the headlands first. So setting a course here, we want to do headlands first. I think 3 headlands would be pretty good for this. Yep. So generate me a fieldwork course. That will finish down the bottom end there, but should be all good. So, oh no, we want to go with the crop. So I actually want to do longest edge and generate that again. And that is much better. It has that little bit of a weird point up the top there where it'll work around, but it should be fine. We'll finish up the top there. So let's close this. And first waypoint, and because we're at the first waypoint, it should have no problem at all, and we can jump out and let the 8340 get on with its work. And then we're gonna grab the TM155. I'm trying to remember where I left my mulcher, and actually it's over here. Now I have a feeling that mowing field 25 would basically have the same effect, but there's 2 reasons I'm not doing that. The first is that would require a whole load of work. We would have to mow it and then either ted it and bale it, or bale it and wrap it. We have none of the equipment to do any of that, so that's not really possible. And also we don't have the time. Yeah, well, we don't have the time, we don't have the equipment, we don't have the money. It's just not really a feasible thing for us. Doing this though should basically have the same effect as mowing it, and so as a result I'm expecting us to be in a harvested state with this field by the time we've mulched it. It should have the bonus of mulching the field, of course, before we seed it, and because it's in a harvested state after this, it should also be able to be limed and raising the pH. So this is a little bit of experiment. It sort of came to me between last time where we had that problem with the lime and this time. So let's bring this into here. We'll unfold the mulcher and then start it up, put it down, and certainly seems to be having the desired effect. And if we have a look at field 25, yeah, we are first stage growth. So this might just work. As long as we are able to lime this in that stage of growth on grass, we should be absolutely fine. And then we'll be able to just come in and actually plant this field on the with our whole seeder, which is a direct seeder, and have no issue at all. Although looking at this, the edge of this field might be right up against this fence. I don't like how close I am to that tree here. We've got to find the edge of this field though, because otherwise we're not going to find the edge of this field with the line. We've just gone over the hour and it looks like the wind turbines are coming to our rescue again. We have gone up in money as the hour's gone over, so we should have enough money come in to have our lone hired worker working away, getting rid of those weeds while we deal with this field. So I'm very, very happy about that. That is going to be an absolute lifesaver. About 2/3 of the way around the field now on our second headland, and it's going fairly well. We're coming up to 10 a.m. This is gonna be the longest amount of time we spend doing anything today, I think, getting this done. It's not the end of the world if we don't get this seeded today, because we do have another day in April, but I'd obviously like to get this all done and dusted. The only thing we will have left after this week or this job, getting this seeded and this month, is really getting the weeds gone on here. And I think what I'll probably do is get rid of them separately, and then we'll go from there later on. Let's set ourselves a play course. I think on this side of the field is the best way to do it. Set our second one, good. Then we can auto width. And yeah, that will be the best way along that edge up there. It's a slightly funny shaped field, this, but that is going to be one of the more open ways to do it. And then we can just cut straight across the field from this corner when we get down to the bottom. And wow, at a 47.6 degree angle, we're going straight from that entrance in that corner there right up to the entrance in the far corner. I mean, this is pretty much splitting this field in half. Yeah, look at that, right up to the top corner. That is pretty amazing. Definitely the way to do this field, I think. That has just worked out really well. What hasn't worked out too well is our fuel level, which is appallingly bad right now. So I am going to line this up here. We're going to go across the field, and then I'm going to have to run this tractor back up to the farmyard before we run out of fuel and have a bigger problem on our hands. The fuel tank on our farm is really far out of the way. We have to come right out to the farm and into this cluster of buildings around the back here. There's not really any storage or anything around here that's usable. It is just the fuel tank. Let's turn the tractor off, actually, and refill that. And yeah, there really isn't anything usable down here. I don't think any of these are openable. So it's just sort of a yard that we can't do much with. Right, let's back up. And actually, I'm gonna put DEF into it because this tractor doesn't actually take DEF. So we'll refill that at the same time, like so. And that way, I just need to edit it out of the mods, to be honest. This tractor shouldn't have DEF. And so when we fill out with fuel, I just fill up the DEF without paying for any, because it wouldn't actually have any. While I'm coming down here, I just want to quickly hop in the 8340 and check the fuel levels on that as well. I think it's all right, but I want to check. Yeah, we're all right. We've got half a tank in that. That would be plenty to get that field done. So we'll leave that to that, and we'll go finish off mulching this field. It's certainly working very well. We've opened up a sizable section of the field. I think we're probably about a third of the way done. Does kind of reinforce my thoughts that we are likely to get this mulched today and maybe the pH sorted, but I don't think we're going to get much further than that. I certainly don't think we're going to be able to get this planted today. As I said, though, not a big problem. We've got another day in April. We'll be able to sort this and get this in. Similarly, I'm not expecting our other tractor, our 8340, to actually finish the job it's got there today. It does seem to be sort of going up through the middle of the field. I think that might be due to the weird way it's had to set up. So I might just have a quick check on that in a minute. However, we are motoring through here with little to no issue. And we've got a nice setup going. The GPS is helping us out really, really well, making this job much easier. And we should have it finished today. Yeah, as I suspected, it's done a little bit of a weird thing. So it's gone and it's cleared up the area of weeds up here, the 8340, and then come back down that road there. It's now working its way across the field here. It'll clear out those, and then it'll start clearing out the rest of that. It is not very far into that field. It's got the headlands done, and it started on the main body of the field. But you can see here the same with our field here. We've got the headlands done. We've got into the main body of the field, but we've not got very far into it so far. I found out what the issue was with the 8340, why it hadn't been going as far as I thought it had. It had its cruise controls set to a lot lower number. So now that I've jumped in, I've sorted the cruise control out, it's going a lot faster and should complete this field a lot quicker. As I was saying earlier, though, even if this doesn't work on here and we are unable to spread the lime on it, we will still get a boost from the mulching. Getting the pH up, it is important, but getting the mulching on here will give us a 2.5% boost to the yield as well. So this job is worth doing, and this experiment is going to be worth having before we get the sorghum in here, especially as a 2.5% jump in the yield of the sorghum is quite considerable considering how much that crop is worth. We've got a very wide gap between the two halves of the field now, so I'm going to concentrate on clearing out this smaller section here. That should clear out pretty quickly, and then we'll be able to go and concentrate on the top side of the field. As suspected, time is ticking on today, and both our tractors are still working hard on getting their fields done. I don't think that we can get the seeder going on, and in fact I think having the seeder go on here next time makes a lot more sense, especially as even after we seed we still need to roll. We did manage to get both of our fields from last month seeded and rolled, so the only one that didn't get the roller on it this year is the wheat field, and we will be much more prepared for that next year. The one thing I do need to work out is exactly what my crop rotation is going to be, and I know that we basically have gone from canola to barley on the GamingFFC field, so we need to work out whether we're going to go canola to barley or barley to canola overall. I think it's going to be interesting from that point of view, because whatever we do, we're then going to go sorghum on the other field over that side, and we're gonna go either barley or wheat into here. One of the things I love about this map is that I think we've got just about the right size equipment to farm it, both realistically and in the amount of time that we have. The mulcher here is not massive, our weeder is not massive. They all fit this fairly well. You might take a day to do a job like this, and I think that is quite cool that we are moving around and doing that. And the same with weeding a field of that size with that size equipment. About a day feels about right for it. So I'm really pleased with how realistic this series has sort of set up overall, and how it's worked out. And part of that is giving me the enjoyment, or that is partly giving me all the enjoyment that I'm getting with this series. It is working so well from that point of view that I don't mind that things at times aren't quite going as fast as I'd like, because it's realistic. It probably won't go as fast as I like all the time, and that's pretty cool. Just gone 4:45 and we're on the last row of this field. I'm really quite pleased. We are going to have a little bit of time to get the lime done today. There's not a huge amount of time that will take. That'll be a fairly quick job. We do have a slightly smaller lime spreader than when we did the other fields, so it will take a little bit longer from that point of view. But to be honest, it shouldn't take too much longer, and this tractor should be able to handle it. At least I hope so, because I don't want to have to take the tractor off the seeder. But that is the last of the grass on here, so we will get this folded up, get this back to the farm, and get the lime spreader down here and see if we can get this limed today as well. That field looks so much better clear of weeds. That is just absolutely wonderful, and I'm really hoping this works now. That will be a absolutely perfect end to the day if we are able to actually get a whole load of lime on this field. I don't see why we couldn't at this point, although that going 8 miles an hour along that road with not much of a slope worries me a little bit. Through the mud, turn that on and start spreading. Oh, and it's still not doing it. So no, that unfortunately has proven to not work. Oh, I'm disappointed by that. I really hoped mulching this field was going to make the difference and allow us to put some lime on it. Apparently not, though, although the field is fully mulched. The problem is that it's listing it as growing, and therefore it is not letting it happen. That's really disappointing. I'm annoyed that hasn't worked. As for our weeds are almost gone on there. So the 8340 will have that field done today, and we'll move it over to the weed infested GamingFFC field tomorrow, while we get this one seeded, because we can't affect the pH level, which is a pity. Still, we will get the boost from it being mulched, so not all is lost. I was slightly worried about how today was going to go, because as you can see at the moment, we do have rain forecast. Fortunately, it's only a short shower in the next hour or so, so we should be all right. We're going to set this tractor up then doing this field here. Let's clear what we've got off and grab a new course. And then basically the same setup as we had on field 32, the generator fieldwork course, and this should go up and down the field. Yep. And in fact, the start point is right here as well. as is the stop point for it too. So let's just get this into position, unfold it. First waypoint is where we're going to start it from, and away this will go, which is perfect because we can just leave the 8340 to the job while we go do some planting. Before we head out to the field though, we need to get this refilled. So let's open the cover on it, and we've got a couple of bags of seeds here. And 3 bags of the fertilizer. The rain is coming down now. It's not going to last very long, this though, thankfully. I was really worried that we were going to end up with a big issue here today where we weren't going to be able to get all of this in the ground. So we can spend our time loading up with the seed and the fertilizer while the rain comes down. I have to pull my forks in a little bit. There we are. Right, and then we can get this loaded up. This JTB has been a real surprise for doing these jobs. I always thought we were going to end up using the front loader for it, but the front loader, of course, just can't reach far enough to get these to load. Up, then, and over. And in. Perfect. Get that loaded up, and that is both of those bags in. Oh, I hope we have enough fertilizer to get this done, because that is not great to see both of those go in without any left over. However, we do have one more bag. Seed, I think we're fine. We've got a lot more seed left in the seeder here than we have fertilizer. Oh, that was in the right place. There we go. Get that loaded in, and then yeah, just some seed in the front. So that is nowhere near full on that, whereas seed, I think we're going to be left over with seed because we have 2 very full big bags here. The 25, of course, is smaller than our other fields, so it shouldn't be too bad for that. And it doesn't need a massive amount of fertilizer, I don't think. We'll give that a quick check, though. We need to get both these bags over. There we are, both bags over. And just looking at the fertilizer state of this field, yeah, it's not quite as bad as the others were. It's got 20 kilograms per hectare already instead of the 0 that most of the rest of our fields had. But that is still going to be quite a thing. Now, there is one thing I need to check here, in that we've got on our scores, this area here is only getting a 42. And it's only getting a 42 because it's basically low on everything. If I deselect that area, yeah, soil sampling is bad for it, but to soil sample that area is going to be a ridiculous price. So the fact that we own all the roads and everything around this map is just harming us really badly. It might be one of those things where we have to get rid of that section or get rid of owning that between goes or between sales, just to make sure that we have enough money or that we're not harmed at all with our precision farming at all. Right, let's get that covered up. So, oh, do I not have that on here? I'll have to do it through here. Close that up. Start the tractor up, and we'll head down to the field. I'm just hoping at the moment we're not going to be getting too deep in the mud if we go and start to do stuff. We should be fine, I think, on a grass field. But our weeder might be having a little bit of trouble over on GamingFFC if it can't get through that field because of this mud or because of this rain. It's not too bad at the moment. It is a little bit muddy and it is sliding a slight bit, but it should be all right. I think once this clears up, it'll be fine. So I'm still not 100% sure exactly how I'm going to seed this field. What I think we need to do is have a look. And oh, look at the grass is giving us a really good base to work on. I think I'm going to have to follow my own advice and go across the field to seed this. I know we went up on a big diagonal, but I think this is going to be better overall for harvesting it, for working on it. It still is a little bit downhill by the looks of things, but I think we'll be all right. We need to change our crop to the sorghum and line ourselves up. I want to leave a little bit of headlands to finish the field off. Start it up. And then I want to make sure that we have a good GPS set up on this. So turn the GPS on, and we are going at, I think we want to be going at 16 degrees on here. So under the GPS, we'll do A plus heading and we'll go 16 degrees. Set that. Set our width. Down with this. And away we go. And yeah, this job should be much easier because we don't have any rain, but also because we're on the grass. I think it's made the ground a little bit slick because that is wobbling a little bit, that cedar. But yeah, that rain is gone, and we can just get this job done. I'm doing stripes across the field now that I'm out of the bottom part of it, because we want to work our way back down to the bottom end of the field, and it's easier to turn around with this tractor if I'm doing the stripes like this. And of course, GPS affords me the ability to do this. It makes it very easy to keep track of things on the field with this kind of setup. So it works out really well for us. But the reason for not wanting to do much maneuvering with this tractor is that you go into reverse and it puts it into first gear in reverse, which is really annoying. I would very much like to go into a much higher gear in reverse, but you can see here, straight into first gear, even though I was in 15th going forwards. So a little bit of backing off is fine, but anything more than that and it begins to get really time consuming to do it. So we'll bring this round, line ourselves up for the next row, down with the cedar, and away we go. And so it's making it a really simple way to do this. The other thing is we should end up back down at the bottom end of the field when we want to do the headlands, which is perfect. The other advantage to planting sorghum on here is it's not requiring as much nitrogen as some of the other crops that we're growing are. We are only doing 130 kilograms per hectare at the moment, which is much lower than the 70 to 80 that we were doing on other fields. Part of that is because we actually have a decent amount of nitrogen in the soil here already. We're sitting between 20 and 30 per hectare, or 20 or 30 kilograms per hectare here, which is not too bad at all. And of course, the lower end of the field wasn't loam, it was the sandy loam, which requires less anyway. Up the top here, we're getting into the loam. We are requiring more actual nitrogen on the field, but I think we're going to be okay. We still have 50% of the amount in here, the total amount we can fit in here, and we started at just over 60. So as long as we don't use too much on the top end of this field, I think we're going to be absolutely fine to get the rest of this done. I'm very pleased how quickly we've managed to diversify things on this farm. We've gone from just having the 2 crops the first year to now having 4 crops. We're going to be looking at having a decent amount of all of those to harvest. We're going to be making flour off of them. Although I am a little bit concerned as to exactly how much flour and how much actual bread we can make. The bread seems to be a fairly low speed process, and as a result I'm not sure we could get anywhere near as much through the bakery as I'm hoping to increase the price of it. But we do have a decent windmill going. It's actually creating enough pig feed, the windmill, that we possibly won't have to use any of our crops to make pig feed this year. It's looking really quite nice, the amount of pig food that's coming out of that. It's created enough food to feed at least one of our lots of pigs for the year. And we're looking at creating enough to feed both of them by the time the actual crops get harvested this year. So that's really good. However, that is enough pig food that it's creating to feed our current number of pigs. I very much want to increase our number of pigs and see if we can actually make some decent cash off of those in the next year to pay everything off. We're going to have a good idea of how we're doing at the end of this harvest. With just a year to go after that, we've got to make a decent amount of money and then either reinvest it to make more, or we're going to have to turn around and just hit the second year hard and hope that we make enough. It's a strange situation to be in, but we will at least know at the end of this harvest how likely it is that we're actually going to be able to reach this target. Gets really fiddly at the top end of this field, trying to get everything into position and round. We should be all right. If I can get turned around and get back on track for the way down, we should be fine. So that down, yeah, we've filled in this top end bit. But yeah, using the GPS up here is hard because we're doing such small turns in this top little bit of the field as to be impossible to set the GPS and have my equipment in the right place when I do. So we're just doing it a little bit by eye up here, and I think we'll be fine doing it that way. And then we can get back to using the GPS once we get into the lower sections of the field and filling everything in. There's still the annoying little bit like this where it's up in here. We need to get this filled in because obviously if we don't fill that in, then we'll have a lot of fiddly work to do later on. But it has worked out fairly well so far. I'm hoping that we'll get down to the bottom end of the field and we'll be the right side. If not, as I get closer to it, what I'll do is I'll go and correct and make sure that we are actually in the right place. I'm having to reverse all this up, trying not to jackknife the seeder. But it's all falling into place at the moment. We've got a single headland. We seem to have good coverage. It's all good. And that means that we should be able to get this all done today, which is very good, as this is the last. Well, we need to get this in today. It will still be available next month to plant this. But of course, it'll start sprouting. We need to get it rolled, and we don't want to have half a field done when we'll end up then having a split harvest on it, and that just isn't a good thing. As fiddly as this field is, I think we could possibly have benefited from the super steer version of this tractor on here, which has the front wheels much further out the front and are much more maneuverable. It's not too bad, and we are turning these corners without too much hassle. But yeah, as fiddly as this gets, especially up the top end of this field, that might have been useful. We are able to spin round though in general and get ourselves into the right position, get that lined up, down with the seeder, and yeah, it's doing okay. It is just coming up to 3 o'clock. We are nearly halfway back down the field, so we're making good time. The only thing worrying me right now is whether we're gonna be able to also get this rolled, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Rolling this should go fairly easily. We've got across the slope for the most part, so we're not having to drag the roller up the hill that much, and as a result I think it's going to end up giving us a much easier time towards the end and make it much easier for us to get the field all done. Just quickly checking on the weeder, and it's doing a fantastic job down here in the GamingFFC field. We have 2/3 of it done, so that's brilliant. This is going to be freed up in no time. I think we're probably going to have to travel back along one of these rows, because we go up on this one, back on the next, up on the following one, back on the next. We're going to end up on this side of the field with our last row being an up. So as a result, we need to really reposition ourselves so we end up the other side of the field. So probably the penultimate row, I will just pop back this side of the field and go across here, and we'll end up with 2 rows. Yeah, end up with 2 rows that we need to go back on. So that should be fairly good, lined up, and then just a single headland around the whole field. I think I'd have preferred, with the difficulty of maneuvering, to have done 2 headlands at the end of the day, and live and learn going forwards, because yeah, it's even with as good as this tractor is at turning, we're still having to back quite a way into the field to there in order to keep the tractor on the field while I'm doing the turn. There we go. And what I'm going to do is come down here. We'll take the middle row back down, and then we'll come back up here and finish up on the bottom row there. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to be the wrong side of the field when we finish up. Just gone 4 o'clock as we come to finish the final row, and we've still got 27% left of the fertilizer, which is fantastic news. I am amazed we've managed to get around this whole field without needing to refill the fertilizer, but the fact that it's worked has been great. We can use I have just thought of the use for the remaining seeds that we've got back up at the farm, and that is really, or actually the remaining seeds we've got in here, which is nearly 2,000 liters. And that is going to be to go into the garden. So we'll be able to fill the garden, make more lettuce with these, and that will work out really well for us. So all good. We are in a really decent position. Just need to get this field finished off. And in fact, I might go and grab another tractor and get the roller started on here, because, well, time is running out, and getting a roller going on here will be really useful to us. So yeah, I'm gonna go and do that quickly as well. I think this is gonna be a pretty close thing, because our TM155 here has 155 horsepower, And the recommended amount for these rollers is 160. I'm hoping that as it's not going up the hill much, it should be fine. But we do need to get it actually going. So we'll get it up there. We'll get it set up, and that will hopefully clear this off for the day. So we'll bring it into the bottom side of here. It was 16 degrees that this was planted at, so we want to do that as well. So we will do manual on here, and 15 degrees is the closest we can get, so it'll be a degree out. And yeah, let's give it a try, see what happens. Yeah, that's looking fairly good, although it wants to start at the top. That's not a huge problem. We should be able to do that. Let's take it up there, get it started, because it's gonna have quite a wide headland, this, so I'm not too worried about that. As long as this can turn itself round, that's all good. Yeah, it's really fiddly up this top end of the field here. And you can see how much of a headland space it's going to give itself. So, unfold, get it in position, and then it can be as fiddly as it likes at the top here while we finish off the headlands with the cedar. Right. And away you go. Roller seems to be navigating its way through the top part of that field without too much issue, and we are now heading down this side, so that has got everything done fairly well. We are I have cleared up a couple of bits and just sort of the edges where I turned in and things hadn't been quite lined up, but otherwise, yeah, this has gone pretty smoothly today. There is one thing I am going to have to do off camera. Next day in May, there's only one job to do on the farm, and that is going to be to weed this field. I will get it weeded, but then we're going to skip time forwards a bit, because at that point, there isn't anything else to do on here other than get the harvest started. So we're going to do that. We're going to get the harvest started and everything going there. I'm going to leave the roller going while we head back up to the farm. At 10 to 6, we are all done for the day. The roller will get finished. The weeder is already finished, and the farm is looking great. All that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.